Chapter 252. Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to feel the fluctuation of primordial qi underground. He couldn't help but think of the basement in Zhang Qingyue's study in the Misty School. It was estimated that this was the secret room of the master of Shitsui Mountain. Then Zhang Xiaohua excitedly looked for the entrance to the secret room. If the entrance was found by others, it might not be easy to find. But under Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense, there was nowhere to hide. After several scans, he found the abnormality on the bed in the corner. When he found the mechanism in the corner of the bed, he couldn't help but praise secretly. If he really looked for it with his eyes, he might not find it. It seemed that the things in the secret room were really worth looking forward to. When Zhang Xiaohua lifted the bed and walked into the secret room from the bed, he saw a layer of light in front of him before he laid down the stairs. He couldn't help but be surprised. Was this the luminous pearl recorded in the book? Zhang Xiaohua lit the fire starter. What he saw in front of him made him stunned. In front of him was a space with a radius of 10 feet. On the right was a weapon shelf with some strange weapons. On the left were several big boxes. Looking forward, it was the place where he saw the light just now. There were several tables with a lot of jewelry and jade on them. The strangest thing was that beside the table, there was an incense burner that looked like the incense burner used in temples. There were 3 legs at the bottom and a ball at the top. However, this incense burner had a lid. Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to scan. The fluctuation of primordial qi was coming from this incense burner. He carefully walked forward and touched it with his hand. Then he opened the lid of the incense burner and looked inside. Yes, there were still a lot of burnt ashes in the incense burner. He really didn't know why the bandit brought the incense burner here. Suddenly, he remembered that he had heard the conversation between the messenger and the master on the roof. Was this what the messenger wanted to take? Hey, Zhang Xiaohua sneered. No matter what it was, as long as it was a treasure, why should he hesitate? Then, Zhang Xiaohua took out the money bag and put the incense burner into it. Then, without taking back the money bag, he first came to several big boxes and opened one casually. The lid of the box was opened and the inside was glittering with gold. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were dazzled. To be honest, this guy had never seen gold since he was a child. Even when he heard it, he just heard it from Peng. How could he not be moved by the box full of gold in front of him? Gladly, Zhang Xiaohua put the whole box into the money bag without hesitation. That was, if he put it in bit by bit, it would waste his divine sense. Taking the whole box together, that would be cool. As for the rest of the boxes, Zhang Xiaohua also opened them one by one to satisfy his eyes. Then, he put them into the money bag. These boxes were either filled with gold or jewelry. There was not even silver. Zhang Xiaohua could not help shaking his head. These bandits were so tasteless that they only took hard currency. Why didn't they store some silver notes? The gold and the like really took up too much space in the money bag. How could it be more convenient than silver notes? As for the luminous pearls on the table, there were actually a lot of them in the box. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to waste, let go, or regret, so he put them all in his bag. As for the rare weapons, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't be blamed. He had never seen any weapons, so he didn't know how precious these weapons were. Moreover, these things didn't look as pleasing to the eye as gold and jewelry. Forget it, it's better to leave some for the bandits of Shitsui Mountain. After all, we are all educated people, so it's good to leave something for them to remember. Of course, these thoughts were also made by Zhang Xiaohua after his divine sense swept over the weapon rack. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua had faintly understood that only things with primordial qi fluctuations were what he needed. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua remembered that he seemed to have not used his divine sense to scan the small sword. It was easy to forget things around him. Then, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to separate a strand of divine sense to scan the small sword. At this time, he suddenly heard a soft sound above his head. Zhang Xiaohua quickly released his divine sense. Oh, no, Master Lu and Messenger Ing were standing in front of the bed. Even if he thought with his toes, he knew that they were not going to rest. He was blocked by someone. What should he do? Zhang Xiaohua quickly looked at some of the secret rooms that had just been searched by him and seemed to be empty. Where was there a hiding place? Zhang Xiaohua rolled his eyes and then made up his mind. He put away the fire starter, took out the big handkerchief from his arms, covered his mouth and nose, and floated up with his qing gong. Since he was caught like a turtle in a jar, he might as well fight to the death. Outside the secret room, Master Lu smiled apologetically and said, "Messenger, I have put that thing in the secret room later. I am the only one who knows about this secret room. I have already dealt with the other people who know about it. That thing will be fine if it is placed here." Emissary Ying said with a smile, "Actually, it would be easy for someone from my divine sect to get this thing. However, this kind of thing involves a lot of people. My sect finds it troublesome and the evil tiger gang is not in a good situation. That's why we came to Shitsui Mountain." "Hehe, Chief Lu, I've said enough. I think you already know what to do. You must have guessed it." I know. Messenger, don't worry. I know very well in my heart. The monk Jiu Ro, who was set up by us, has already been dealt with by my men. Even if the monks of the Shaolin Temple come to the mountain, I will refuse to let them find any trace of the divine sect. However, about my small request? Master Lu, don't worry. Didn't I say that a big shot of my divine sect is coming soon? He is one of the 18 disciples of Lord Garuda of my divine sect. He has a prominent status. Your small request can't be any smaller. If he can come, it naturally shows that what you are doing is very important. Since you can complete it well, I will say a few good words in front of him. Isn't your future clear? Great, Lord Messenger, I have to ask for more. By the way, my secret room is filled with the inventory of Shitsui Mountain. There are still some things that I like. I hope Lord Messenger can accept some of them later. Hehe, no problem. I don't know what can catch my eye in this remote place. I'm looking forward to it." Immediately, Master Lu opened the mechanism, revealing a secret passage leading to the underground. Master Lu looked at Messenger Ying and said with a smile, "I will lead the way." After that, he lifted his leg to get on the bed and was about to enter the secret passage. In the blink of an eye, just as he was about to step into the secret passage, a thin and weak figure dashed out from the deep secret passage with a whoosh and crashed into Chieftain Lu. Master Lu was calculating his own plan while taking into account the feelings of the messenger behind him. Moreover, he didn't expect that a figure would rush out from the secret passage, so he didn't have any reaction at all. Even if he was prepared, at such a close distance, Zhang Xiaohua had used all her strength. How could he react? When he came to his senses, a cold feeling came from his throat. In an instant, he felt that all the strength in his body flowed out of his body along with this feeling. Before that beautiful future could warm up in his mind, it was pierced by the sudden assassination and disappeared without a trace. Before he died, the only sentence in Master Lu's mind was, "This world is full of surprises." When Zhang Xiaohua saw Master Lu collapsed on the ground, she pushed Master Lu's body towards Messenger Ying and didn't stay any longer. She exerted strength in her legs and soared into the sky, escaping out of the house. She was betting on this little bit of time. She thought that once she appeared, she would be able to catch them off guard and kill the weaker Master Lu. As for that Messenger Ying, even if he reacted, he might not have the time to block her. Moreover, if she could successfully escape out of the house, that messenger would definitely not chase after her because he still had to look into the secret chamber. Sure enough, when the messenger pushed the corpse away, it was already too late to block Zhang Xiaohua. Messenger Ying looked at Zhang Xiaohua's figure that had just escaped and the dark entrance of the secret passage in front of him. He hit his feet and quickly scurried up the bed. After taking a few steps, he quickly lit up the fire starter. Looking at the empty secret chamber, his heart thumped and he knew that it was not good. He saw the figure that had just escaped clearly. It was a slightly weaker figure, like a youth. There seemed to be a dagger in his hand and then there was nothing on him. The incense burner that he wanted was huge and he wouldn't be able to carry it. The messenger looked around the secret chamber worriedly and didn't see any place to hide the incense burner. He quickly scurried out of the secret chamber and with a stretch of his body, he used his lightness skill to rush out of the house. His figure was actually faster than Zhang Xiaohua. The disappearance of the incense burner must have something to do with the youth who came out of the secret chamber. Even if he didn't take it, he must have some clues. The key was that if he didn't chase the youth back, he couldn't explain it to the cult. When he chased out of the house and looked from a high place, the youth had already run far away. But he didn't go in the direction of the fortress wall, instead, he went to the back of the mountain. Could it be that he had reinforcements at the back of the mountain? The messenger gritted his teeth and chased closely. Even if there was an ambush, he had to bite the bullet. At this moment, how could he care so much? The back of the mountain of Shichui Mountain was also a lush forest. But the mountain was too steep and there was no mountain road leading down. So the bandits had always ignored it. Zhang Xiaohua ran to the edge of the cliff in a short time. When he looked back, Messengering had already chased out of the house and was coming in his direction. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and touched the money bag in his arms. The ancients said, "Birds die for food, people die for wealth." They didn't deceive him. Then, he took out a vitality stone from his arms and held it in his right hand. He lowered his head to look at the mountain. With a chuckle, he flew down and landed on the top of a big pine tree by the mountain. The top of the tree sank down and then bounced up. Zhang Xiaohua's body jumped up and flew to another place. Please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 253. Since she couldn't escape the fate of being chased, it was better to face it calmly and make the best preparation. Anyway, her second brother and the people of the Li family had gone far away. The people who robbed the Li family in Lu Town and the head of fort were killed by her. Messengering probably didn't have time or thought to find Li Yinfeng again. Zhang Xiaohua had a sense of heroism. In order not to exhaust the true qi in her body, Zhang Xiaohua had already prepared for a protracted battle. While absorbing the primordial qi from the primordial stone to replenish the true qi in her body, she used her lightness skill and Misty School's lightness skill to move freely in the forest. Although Messenger Ying's lightness skill was faster than Zhang Xiaohua's, Zhang Xiaohua was really cunning. In the beginning, her lightness skill was a little obscure and she was almost caught by him several times. But as time went by, her lightness skill became smoother and her speed increased a lot. She was almost on par with Messenger Ying. Messenger Ying was angry. Wasn't he making fun of him? How could he practice lightness skill in front of him? However, he was not worried. Although the young man's lightness skill was good, he was limited after all. Even if he started practicing internal strength when he was in his mother's womb, he might not be as powerful as him. When he ran out of strength, wouldn't it be easy to catch him? The two people, one chasing and one running, gradually went far away from Shitsui Mountain. The distance between them was always kept at 10 feet. It couldn't be widened or shortened. When they were in a stalemate, brilliant fireworks were shot from the direction of Shitsui Mountain. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. It was still far away from the New Year's celebration. Who was crazy to set off fireworks so early? Messenger Ying was overjoyed. He also took out something from his arms and threw it into the air. Immediately, it flew high and then exploded with a bang. It was also a firework, which was very similar to the previous one. Even if Zhang Xiaohua didn't know much, she knew that the backup of the messenger had come. Sure enough, there was a clear howl from Shitsui Mountain. Before the howl had died down, it had already come to Zhang Xiaohua and the others. In an instant, they felt that it was much closer. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. What a speed! It seemed that her life would be in danger today. With that thought in mind, Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath and kept the primordial stones in his arms. The true energy in his body began to circulate wildly and his true energy flickered continuously. His body immediately sped up and in an instant, he managed to pull away from envoying and quickly escaped into the depths of the valley. Upon seeing this, Envoying did not dare to be negligent. He let out a long whistle from his mouth and did not dare to slow down. The true energy in his body flowed freely to his legs. If he did not show off now, when would he? The martial arts of the people from the divine sect were very high. When the whistling stopped, they were already halfway through the chase. When Zhang Xiaohua took the time to look back, under the moonlight, a faint black dot had already appeared in his field of vision. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. He turned his body and fled to another place where the trees were denser. In fact, she still underestimated the martial arts of that person. As early as she appeared in that person's vision, she had already been locked on by that person's internal strength. As long as Zhang Xiaohua's lightness skill was much higher than that person's, it was almost impossible to escape that person's tracking. Whether it was a dense forest or a plain, it was the same. Not long after Zhang Xiaohua changed direction, she came to a dense forest. The person behind her had already passed Envoying and directly caught up with her. Zhang Xiaohua landed on the crown of a big tree. She wanted to look around to see if there was any place to hide or escape. Suddenly, she felt that her vision turned black and she immediately lost consciousness. Wasn't it midnight now? When Zhang Xiaohua landed on the tree, the person from the divine sect had already caught up to her within 100 feet. When he was about to use his internal strength to chase after her again, he saw Zhang Xiaohua fall straight from the crown of the tree. This change came so suddenly that the person didn't dare to move forward for a while. He waited for a long time before he and Envoying separated into two directions to watch. Under the fallen leaves and accumulated grass under the big tree, Zhang Xiaohua was sleeping soundly. The person frowned and watched for a while. Then he waved his hand to Envoying. Envoying hurried forward and stretched out his hand to grab Zhang Xiaohua's arm. He lifted her up and easily carried Zhang Xiaohua in his hand. Envoying couldn't help but exclaim. The person asked curiously, "Ying Fei, what's wrong?" "Lord Qin, this boy is very light." "Oh. Is he too thin?" "Yes, he's thin, but he's too light." "Yes." Lord Qin didn't comment. Then, the two people used their qin gong and returned to Shichui Mountain. Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes. In front of her was a road that was rapidly retreating. She suddenly realized her situation. She immediately closed her eyes again and released her divine sense. It was a bright and sunny morning. The two people from the divine sect were riding their horses and galloping in the same direction. Zhang Xiaohua was facing down in front of Ying's horse. Although Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were closed, his eyeballs kept rolling around. His mind was spinning as he tried to think of a way to deal with this situation. Not long after, the two horses galloped to a fork in the road. Lord Qin's horse wanted to turn left, but Ying Fei fell behind. Just as Ying Fei turned his horse around to follow Lord Qin, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly jumped up from the horse and flew to the right. Ying Fei was caught unprepared. Both of his hands were holding the reins. Before he could let go, he shook the reins and wanted to use the reins to tie Zhang Xiaohua's legs. Although Zhang Xiaohua was in the air with her back to him, she didn't withdraw her divine sense for a moment. How could she not know his intention? She immediately curled up and let go of the reins. Then, she landed on the ground. Without looking at the direction, she tiptoed and ran to the wilderness by the roadside. Before she ran a few steps, she heard a laugh behind her. "Ha, I knew you were awake, but I didn't know you had such ability to escape from Ying Fei." Zhang Xiaohua didn't look back, but her divine sense swept behind her. A young man with a square face and a very kind appearance was chasing her casually. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. Was this the person who chased her last night? In a few breaths, the young man had caught up with her. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly changed her direction and turned to the other side. The young man didn't panic and also turned to catch up with her. Zhang Xiaohua then changed her direction several times and suddenly accelerated. She used all the tricks she could think of, but she didn't pull away from the young man at all. So, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly stopped. She stopped, very contrary to common sense. She turned around and said, "Big brother." But the young man with gray hair in front of her was rushing towards her. For a moment, she didn't know whether to call him big brother or uncle. The man with gray hair was chasing closely from behind. He didn't expect Zhang Xiaohua to suddenly stop. And she stopped so suddenly, as if she didn't run at all. He couldn't stop in time and was running towards Zhang Xiaohua. How could Zhang Xiaohua let him hit her? She didn't care whether he was big brother or uncle. She first moved to the side. The man with gray hair's Qing Gong was even better. He also took a breath and his body floated up. He just swept past the place where Zhang Xiaohua was standing and then stopped. Looking at the man with gray hair turning around, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Big brother, why are you chasing me?" The man with gray hair didn't speak. He stared at Zhang Xiaohua for a long time and asked, "Do you want to know? Then tell me first, why are you going to Xichui Mountain?" Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said righteously, "I'm going to enforce justice on behalf of heaven. The bandits of Xichui Mountain are running amok, killing people and setting fires. They are full of evil. As a disciple of the Dalan Temple, of course I have to be merciful and send them to Buddha's paradise." "You? A disciple of the Dalan Temple?" The man with gray hair's serious face suddenly became very funny, as if he saw the funniest thing in the world. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "You actually said in front of me that you are a disciple of the Dalan Temple? Do you know who I am?" Zhang Xiaohua secretly said in her heart, "This is bad. Li Gui has met Li Kuei. This time I'm exposed. Could it be that this guy is the real disciple?" Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly cupped her hands and said, "Could it be that this big brother is also a disciple of the Dalan Temple? Pei! A group of baldies from the Dalan Temple, are they worthy of being my master?" The man with gray hair had a face of disdain. "Then, big brother is? Tell me who your master is first." "Master? Hee, didn't I tell big brother already? I am from the Dalan Temple. Who is your big brother? Call me Lord. Also, you are definitely not from the Dalan Temple. It is useless to say this in front of me. Big brother, oh, Lord, this one does not have a master. This one is self-taught." "Self-taught? Hee, your movement technique has the shadow of the ethereal steps, but it is not exactly the same. Could it be that you are related to the Misty School?" The man with gray hair was somewhat suspicious. "Misty School?" Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "You guessed right. I am the direct disciple of the Misty School's leader O Peng. If you don't want to offend the Misty School, quickly let me go." "Ha ha ha." The man seemed to have heard something funny. He laughed and said, "Your movement technique is only 30% similar to the ethereal steps. You actually dare to boast that you are a disciple of the Misty School. Not to mention that you are definitely not a disciple of the Misty School. Even if you were a disciple of the Misty School, if I took you, they would not dare to say a word. Oh no, where did this big brother come from? Right, divine sect, what kind of sect is this divine sect?" Poor Zhang Xiaohua only knew about the Misty School, the Dalan Temple, and the evil tiger gang. The other sects were a blur to her eyes. Naturally, she did not know what this divine sect was. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua did not speak, the man asked again, "I don't care which sect you are from. I just want to know why you went to Xichui Mountain. You killed their chief and 6 small fries. What is the reason?" Zhang Xiaohua quickly waved her hand and said, "Big brother, you misunderstood. I only killed the chief. The others were not killed by me." Chapter 254. Forget it. The gray-haired man's personality seemed to be very kind as he retorted, "Although my subordinates did not see you kill those 6 bandits, but from the wounds on their throats, I could easily see that you killed them with the small sword in your bosom." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but touch his bosom. Luckily, the small sword and money pouch were still there. The 4 small primeval stones were also still there. Zhang Xiaohua's face was embarrassed from being exposed and said, so you all know, hee hee. Quickly tell me, what are you here for? These are 7 lives, a little youth like you is actually so cruel and merciless. Could it be that they have a grudge against you for killing your father? Grudge against my father? Zhang Xiaohua's eyes turned again and said in a sad voice, Sir, you are absolutely right. I have a grudge against a few bandits for killing my father. Today I am here to take revenge. Immediately after, he sorrowfully made up an awkward story. But, his story had just started when the gray-haired man waved his hand and said, Don't speak nonsense, I am not willing to listen to your nonsense. How can you have a grudge against the bandits with your skills? I do not care about the lives of those bandits. I only want to ask you one thing, where is the cauldron in the secret room? Cauldron? Zhang Xiaohua was confused and said in a puzzled voice, Sir, please understand, I did not see any cauldron at all. Moreover, to be honest, I did not know that there was a secret room in that place. I originally wanted to assassinate the chief, but he was always with your people and I did not have a chance. So I thought of hiding in a place in the back hall and making my move. When I saw the secret room, the secret passage was already open. I was also curious so I went down. In the end, it was empty, there was nothing. Oh, right, there were only some strange weapons. The gray-haired man stared at Zhang Xiaohua, as if trying to distinguish whether he was telling the truth or not. After he finished speaking, he asked, Which sect are you from? Or which organization are you from? If I'm familiar with it, I'll let you go after I verify it. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I really am a disciple of the Misty School. The white-haired man also smiled and said, Then do you know the Dragon God sect? Dragon God sect? Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, I heard from my master, Wen Hai, that it's an unremarkable sect. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The gray-haired man laughed as if he had heard a joke. He looked up to the sky and laughed until tears almost came out of his eyes. Then he said, You are really cunning. I don't know where you heard Wen Hai's name, but you actually shamelessly clung to his thigh. Do you still want me to be magnanimous to you on account of the fact that you are O Peng's disciple's disciple? However, since you haven't even heard of the Dragon God sect, how could you possibly be a disciple of the Misty School? Dragon God sect? Is he famous? Should I know? Zhang Xiaohua had a series of question marks. She secretly muttered in her heart, Isn't second brother just a disciple of the Misty School? I've never heard him mention the name of the Dragon God sect. Zhang Xiaohua helplessly spread out her hands and said, Since Sir doesn't believe me, then I'll just take it that I'm self-taught. Self-taught? The gray-haired man snorted coldly and said, You are ruthless. You slit their throats with a sword. This is not something an ordinary person can do. If you hadn't undergone strict training, how could I believe it? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was also at a loss. Yes, 7 lives were harvested by her just like that. When she heard that the bandit's brother Su wanted to rob the Guozhuang house, Zhang Xiaohua naturally thought of the tragedy in the neighboring village and how the 3 wolves of Shizue Mountain treated her so viciously. She remembered that when she stabbed her first sword into that person's throat, she was still hesitant. After that, she saw a little bit of blood in his throat. At that time, her whole body was cold and she even trembled a little. However, she didn't have the slightest fear or regret. Suddenly, a chill rose from Zhang Xiaohua's heart and instantly spread throughout her body. Yes, when she faced 7 bandits, her powerful force made her feel like she was looking at a few weak ants. She could easily kill them without a burial ground. This was the first time she took the initiative to kill someone, but she wasn't afraid at all. Was this still her? Was it because she killed them so gently that she didn't feel guilty because she didn't see a drop of blood? Did their dead bodies make her think that they were really sleeping because they seemed to be asleep? There was a kind of fear in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. This kind of fear was because she didn't understand her past behavior and her nature. The gray-haired man sensitively felt the change in Zhang Xiaohua and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. However, almost at the same time, an indifferent and unknown flow flowed out of her mind. First, it flowed to her heart, and then it flowed throughout her body. Zhang Xiaohua's heart suddenly moved and a thought came into her mind: if they hurt my family, no matter how far they are, I will kill them. If they are my family, no matter how dangerous it is, I will do it. Once this thought appeared, it gradually became stronger and stronger. In the end, it became tyrannical and filled her entire mind. A sentence also appeared in her heart: if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Zhang Xiaohua's eyes instantly became firm and her state of mind also grew as if she was reborn. The tempering of the state of mind was very mysterious. The gray-haired man didn't know that his provocation actually made Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation advance to another level. When the gray-haired man saw Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, the smile at the corner of his mouth disappeared and he secretly said, "What a pity." He originally wanted to use a psychological attack and use words to test Zhang Xiaohua's psychological bottom line to make her obediently tell him what he wanted to know. Now that he failed, he couldn't help but lose his patience. The gray-haired man said coldly, "You really don't want to tell me where you came from?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "Sir, my words are all true. You just don't believe me." The gray-haired man was so angry that he laughed and said, "Good, good." Then, with a flash, he pointed at the acupoint under Zhang Xiaohua's armpit. Zhang Xiaohua, who was close by, didn't even have room to dodge. When the acupoint was hit, an unbearable numbness came from her limbs. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but collapse to the ground and almost moan. However, this feeling came and went quickly. Before Zhang Xiaohua's mouth could open, the numbness disappeared. Zhang Xiaohua stood up softly and asked, "What are you doing?" When the gray-haired man saw this, he was also surprised. If an ordinary person was hit like this, they would have already cried out and lay on the ground. This youth actually only felt a little pain. At this time, the gray-haired man no longer had the warmth from before. He sneered and said, "Since you don't want to cooperate, then don't blame me for being vicious. Divine Sect's 81 methods, let me let you have a taste of the soul-searching hand." After saying that, he pointed again. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was already prepared. Seeing the finger coming, she quickly dodged and wanted to use ethereal steps to dodge. But no matter how she dodged, the finger followed her like a shadow, getting closer and closer. It was impossible to dodge. Was this the difference between a martial arts master and himself? Zhang Xiaohua asked herself. This gentle finger seemed to be gentler than the previous one. Unfortunately, this finger contained 40% of the gray-haired man's inner strength. Even if Zhang Xiaohua practiced the immortal path cultivation method, under such a huge difference, it was still difficult for her to escape. Her body that had been tested by the two little monks in the Dalan temple, seemed to have been struck by lightning. An indescribable pain came from her four limbs. Her whole body's strength was instantly sucked out. That pain passed through her whole body and drilled straight into her brain. Like a spiritual awl, it fiercely pierced into Zhang Xiaohua's brain. Zhang Xiaohua lay weakly on the ground, her whole body twitching. Large beads of sweat dripped from her head. She couldn't help but moan softly. It was indeed the soul-searching hand. The pain only passed after half an incense's time. Zhang Xiaohua lay on the ground as if she had collapsed. She was too lazy to even move a finger. That pain was very strange. It was so painful that she almost fainted. But even if she wanted to faint, she couldn't. Her heart was abnormally clear. The gray-haired man was still as warm as before. He smiled and asked, "This little hero, now can you tell me where the cauldron is?" Zhang Xiaohua said softly and weakly, "This. Sir, this one has indeed never seen the cauldron. How do you want me to tell you?" The gray-haired man's eyes flashed coldly. He raised his leg and was about to attack again. But he tilted his head and looked at the time. He smiled and said, "Hee, trying to be brave? It's okay. There's plenty of time to let you know. The divine sect has many techniques. I'll let you taste them one by one. I'd like to see how long you can last." After he finished speaking, he stretched out his 5 fingers and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's acupuncture point. His strength penetrated through her bones. Zhang Xiaohua's body immediately stiffened. She couldn't move at all. She was caught in his hand. At the same time, the gray-haired man was also surprised. Was this young man really a disciple of the Dalan Temple? Did he grow up eating vegetables? On the side of the road, Ying Fei was obediently pulling 2 horses. When he saw Sir Qin return, he smiled and said, "Sir Qin is still the best. No matter how cunning this guy is, he's still not your opponent." Sir Qin frowned and said, "Ying Fei, are you praising me or scolding me?" Ying Fei quickly explained respectfully, "How would I dare? Sir is an elite of the divine sect. I can only admire and respect you. How would I dare to have any other thoughts? But the information about the cauldron." Sir Qin looked at the dispirited Zhang Xiaohua in his hand and said, "I don't know which sect this guy is from." "Oh, right, I haven't even asked for his name." Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth. How could she say anything? Sir Qin's internal energy was very strong. This time, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't even speak. Sir Qin didn't seem to want to ask for his name. He continued, "This guy's mouth is very tight. I can't see where his martial arts come from. If it was something else, it would be fine. If I can't find it, I can just kill him. But this cauldron is something that the sect leader wants. You have to give the sect leader an explanation. Please vote for me. Thank you." Chapter 255. I understand. This is called casting a long line to catch a big fish. Ying Fei said with a smile. "Ha, yes. Since we have already caught him, we might as well take him with us. If we beat the small one, how can the big one not come out? There are many powerful techniques in our sect. If we use one every day, I don't believe that we can't make him talk." Lord Qin said fiercely. Although Zhang Xiaohua could not move his body, he could still hear. He had already released his spiritual sense. He could not help but complain in his heart. He was alone. Where did the big one come from? It seemed that he could not escape from the daily torture. Ying Fei hesitated and said, "Lord Qin, but we have to keep this a secret. If we take this burden with us, we can't guarantee that the secrets of our sect will not be revealed." Lord Qin said unhappily, "Do I need you to teach me how to do things? If we don't force this guy's backer to hand over the tripod furnace, you will bear the responsibility alone." I don't dare. Moreover, when this is over, as he spoke, Mr. Qin's voice became softer and he made a chopping motion. Ying Fei immediately said respectfully, "Mr. Qin is brilliant." Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense had already detected all of this, and he couldn't help but feel anxious. This Lord Qin's martial arts were clearly superior, and he couldn't compare to him. If he were to fall into his hands like this, he would lose his life sooner or later. Only by making preparations to escape would he have a glimmer of hope, but how could he escape? Zhang Xiaohua's mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. The 2 people of the divine sect naturally did not know that their plan had been known by Zhang Xiaohua. In fact, even if they knew, they would not care. In their eyes, Zhang Xiaohua was just like a bandit in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. Maybe he was even worse. They could end Zhang Xiaohua's life at any time. Why would they care if their plan was known by him? The 2 of them got on their horses and continued their journey. Zhang Xiaohua was still placed on Ying Fei's horse. His meridians were sealed by Lord Qin, so he didn't have any strength left. He could only lie weakly on the horse's back, lowering his head to study the mysteries of the horse's hooves. He was also secretly looking for a way to escape before he could release his spiritual consciousness. Zhang Xiaohua could not help thinking. The 2 people from the divine sect asked about the 7 people she had killed, but they did not ask about Li Yinfeng. Presumably, Ying Fei had already forgotten about Li Yinfeng after Master Qin's sudden appearance. The bandits in Shizue Mountain must be in a mess now. Who would think of the 3 members of the Li family? The 6 bandits had already been killed by him. Ying Fei and Lord Qin definitely didn't know that he was here to save people. As long as he didn't say anything, no matter how hard they tried, they wouldn't know where he came from. He had already told them the truth, but they just didn't believe him. There was nothing he could do. Zhang Xiaohua secretly laughed. It seemed like he had to give himself an identity. If it were not for the fact that the muscles on his face could not move, a sinister smile would have already appeared. Not to mention that Zhang Xiaohua had spent a lot of effort to find a cheap backer for herself. The two people from the divine sect traveled for half a day and came to a barren place. Ying Fei said, "Lord Qin, it seems that we are a little late. Is that kid from the evil tiger gang still waiting there?" Lord Qin said, "Isn't it because of that guy on your horse?" However, although that kid Situ of the evil tiger gang is a cautious person, if it was a normal person, he would have left long ago. Fortunately, this place is far from the evil tiger gang. Maybe he is still waiting. Ying Fei said with a smile, "Isn't it because of Wan Jianfeng? They are guarding their own base and not managing it well. Why did they interfere with the evil tiger gang? What value does this kind of small gang have?" Lord Qin said, "They don't wake up early if there are no benefits." According to Situ Liang's information, Wan Jianfeng does not seem to be interested in the evil tiger gang. He is only using the evil tiger gang as a cover. As for what they are doing, even Situ Liang did not find out anything. However, it should be within the evil tiger gang's sphere of influence. Situ Liang's cousin being put under house arrest by Wan Jianfeng must be related to this secret. Then, what kind of secret is it? What kind of sect is Wan Jianfeng? With that weak foundation, how could the divine sect be interested in what he wants? Just let him play. Sooner or later, Situ Liang will spread the news to the divine sect. Lord is wise. If it wasn't for Wan Jianfeng, the meeting with Situ Liang would not have been arranged so far away. That might not be the case. There is nothing to fear from Wan Jianfeng, but according to our information, Wan Jianfeng, Yanming Villa, Tan family, and the Misty School have been doing a lot of shady business in the past few years. Moreover, their four sects have been developing very quickly, and their strength has increased by quite a bit. Especially the Misty School, they have actually swallowed the Luo Shui gang. They are like a tiger that has grown wings. Moreover, the number and quality of their elite disciples have increased by several times. The Misty School is a large sect, so if they are given a chance, they will inevitably become an obstacle to the divine sect. So, we cannot be careless about anything related to the Misty School. This little one understands. However, these four sects don't seem to be very harmonious. Moreover, even if our divine sect doesn't care, the Dalan Temple, Fragrance Cult, and the Righteous Alliance might not be at ease with the threat of the Misty School. You're right. The people of the Righteous Alliance are always scheming against each other. They are all hypocritical and cannot form a united force. Otherwise, where would our divine sect find a place to stand in this world? Lord is wise. It is because our divine sect's 8 division heavenly dragons support each other and are as close as brothers that the divine sect is able to prosper. That's right. This is all thanks to sect leaders' wise leadership. Long live the divine sect, unify the Jianghu. The two of them did not hide their conversation from Zhang Xiaohua. They must have already decided Zhang Xiaohua's fate. Zhang Xiaohua was also sweating profusely. The more secrets she knew, the harder it would be to keep her life. But where was the escape route? Ying Fei led Lord Qin to a dilapidated temple. Using his divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua saw a young man who wasn't even 30 years old. He was sitting there cross-legged with a bag in his hand and a sword on the ground beside him. Lord Qin was far away from the dilapidated temple and he smiled. The person in the broken temple heard the sound of horse hooves outside. He stood up alertly and rushed out of the temple. He stuck out half of his head to take a look, then quickly came out to greet them. Lord Qin and Ying Fei jumped off their horses at the entrance. The young man took over Lord Qin's reins and led the horses into the broken temple. After that, the young man looked around and carefully closed the door. The two horses were tied to a withered tree in the temple. Zhang Xiaohua was still lying on the horse. No one paid any attention to her. The young man entered the temple and bowed to Lord Qin and Ying Fei. This little one is Situ Yang. Greetings to Lord Qin and Envoy Ying. Lord Qin smiled. Get up, Situ Yang. This lord had some small matters and was delayed. Sorry to have made you wait. Situ Yang replied, It's fine, it's fine. This little one also just arrived. Envoy Ying said, Situ Yang, Lord Qin already praised you on the way here. You did a good job. You are a promising talent. When you present the things you brought to the cult master, no matter if the cult master is willing or not, Lord Qin will put in a good word for you. If there is a chance, he will bestow our sect's divine technique for you to cultivate. Situ Yang was overjoyed and bowed deeply. Thank you, Lord Qin, thank you, Envoy Ying. Lord Qin said kindly, You are the one who worked hard. We are just the middleman. Situ Yang immediately said, I don't dare. This is all thanks to Lord Qin and Envoy Ying. Situ Yang then talked about some matters in the gang and Wan Jianfeng. Only then did he hand over the bag in his hand. He smiled, Lord Qin, after receiving the message from the cult, this little one sent people to search everywhere. This is what I found recently. I don't know if it is to the cult master's liking. Lord Qin carefully opened the bag. A few small antique items were revealed. Jade pendants, jade hairpins, jade bracelets, and so on. Under Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual sense, many of the items were giving off energy waves. Lord Qin looked at them and carefully examined each and every one of them. Situ Yang watched from the side with a nervous heart. When he finished looking at the last item, he closed the bag. Lord Qin said, Not bad, they are all very good. Only then did Situ Yang relax. He smiled, As long as it is to your liking, as long as it is to your liking. Lord Qin smiled, Whether it is to your liking or not, it is not up to me to decide. We will only know which one of these items is to the cult master's liking after we take the item back. However, with the evil tiger gang's ability, it is already rare for you to be able to take out these items. When we return, there will definitely be a great reward. Situ Yang was overjoyed and said, If that's the case, then thank you, sir and envoy. Lord Qin waved his hand. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly frowned. He threw the bag to Envoy Ying, and with a flash, he jumped out of the ruined temple like lightning. In the courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua, who was lying on the horse's back, suddenly flipped over and jumped into the air. She jumped onto the wall and was about to escape. Seeing that, Lord Qin also jumped onto the wall like an arrow. It was as if the wall was right in front of him. He caught up to Zhang Xiaohua, who was about to use her qinggong, and lightly smiled, Brat, you sure are arrogant. There are not many people in the Jianghu that can escape from my hands. After that, with another point, Zhang Xiaohua fell down. She fell straight down from the wall. Her entire body curled up into a ball. She gritted her teeth as if she was enduring the pain. Actually, when Envoy Ying tied up the horse, Situ Yang had already seen Zhang Xiaohua on the horse. However, how could he dare to ask about something like that? Now that he saw the abnormality, he carefully asked, Sir, this young man. Lord Qin looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was in extreme pain on the ground, and said, It's nothing. It's just a small matter. Seeing that Lord Qin did not want to say anything more, Situ Yang quickly said, Lord Qin, please give the item to the cult master. Also, please put in a good word for me. My evil tiger gang is very far from here, so I need to hurry back. Otherwise, Wan Jianfeng's people will become suspicious. Lord Qin said, You haven't found out why Wan Jianfeng is here, right? Situ Yang shook his head, No, they are very mysterious. Their martial arts are also stronger than mine, so it's not easy to find out. Chapter 256. Lord Qin comforted him, With your martial arts, you have already done very well. Of course I know that. However, since Wan Jianfeng's goal is so mysterious, he must have a big background. You still have to be careful. If there are any movements, report to me as soon as possible. Situl Yang nodded, then said goodbye. After Situl Yang left, Lord Qin fiddled with those things a few times, then casually threw them to Ying Fei. Ying Fei caught them without a care and said with a smile, "This evil tiger gang is just a small sect the size of a thumb. I wonder why the sect values them so much. What kind of good things could Situl Yang get, for Lord Qin to come all the way here?" Lord Qin frowned. The sect leader naturally has his reasons for making us value the evil tiger gang. The reason is not something we can guess. Just do your job properly. However, if it wasn't for that cauldron, I wouldn't have to work so hard. After saying that, he looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who had calmed down a bit, and said, "The secret room in Xichui Mountain has been cleaned out. If there weren't a dozen people, who would believe it? However, we only caught a young man and we still don't know if he is really related to the cauldron. What a headache. Lord Qin is wise." Just as Lord Qin said, even if this guy didn't take the cauldron, he is still related to the cauldron. It's better to cast a long line to catch a big fish. However, this guy is cunning. If we don't succeed, he will run away. Why don't I cripple his martial arts and make him follow us obediently? Hearing that, Lord Qin frowned even more. He said unhappily, Ying Fei, what do you want me to say about you? Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. You have been my subordinate for a long time. Why haven't you improved at all? You should look at things from a leader's point of view. Only then can you develop the qualities of a leader. Why don't you think about it? If I could cripple his martial arts, would I still be waiting for you to speak? Ying Fei saw that his words were wrong and said in a panic, "Lord Qin, please enlighten me. I really don't understand." Lord Qin said, "Think about it simply. This young man is not even my opponent. I crippled his martial arts just because I was afraid he would run away. If this spread to Jianghu, what face would I have left? As a superior, one must be able to toy with people in the palm of one's hand. No matter how they twist and turn, they will not be able to escape. This is the best way to show off one's methods. With your petty thoughts, Sai, you won't be able to achieve anything great. This humble one doesn't dare. It is the honor of this humble one to work under Sir. How could I have any extravagant hopes?" Master Qin waved his hand and said, "Forget it. You'll learn about this slowly. Let this young man escape a few more times and let him suffer a little. Then he'll understand his situation and obediently wait for others to save him." "Understood, my lord. Shall we go to the Ma family in Xinji town now?" "That's right, let's go to the Ma clan." In recent years, the Ma clan has been getting closer to the righteous Tao alliance. It seems that they have some children by marriage. However, the sect leader has instructed us to let nature take its course if it's true love. Otherwise, we don't have to be polite. Hierarch is wise. However, sir, it seems that the hierarch is too merciful. Well, the sect leader. The sect leader's words are worth 10,000 words. Don't say too much. Master Qin seemed to be a little hesitant. Then, he looked at Zhang Xiaohua on the ground and said, "By the way, find a horse for him. It's easy to see him on a horse. Moreover, the Ma clan in Xinji town is also a big local family. We have to go there respectfully, right? By the way, I haven't asked for this fellow's name." 2 days later, on the official road leading to Xinji town, 3 horses were moving slowly. The one in front was a middle-aged man in his 30s. His face was kind and amiable, but his gray hair was eye-catching. Behind him was an ordinary man in luxurious clothes. He was talking to the man with gray hair with a charming smile on his face. The man with gray hair listened quietly and occasionally replied with a few words. Finally, there was an ordinary young man with a dispirited and pale face. He was silently riding the white horse under him, looking around with his eyes darting around. It was Master Qin, Ying Fei, and Zhang Xiaohua. Ying Fei smiled and said, "Sir, we'll reach Xinji town in 30 minutes. It's still early now. Why don't we get off the horse and rest for a while? Master Qin said, you're tired after walking for half a day. Where's your kung fu? You're not even as good as Ren Xiaoyao. Didn't you see that he was still very energetic after being dislocated this morning? Ying Fei glanced at Zhang Xiaohua and said with a smile, that's right. I only know how to do things for you. How can I know that this fellow is only thinking about escaping? Of course, I'm very energetic. After coming out of the ruined temple that day, under Ying Fei's interrogation, Zhang Xiaohua casually found a name for himself. He called himself Ren Xiaoyao. And in these 2 days, Zhang Xiaohua spent a lot of effort looking for opportunities to escape, but they were all seen through by Master Qin. Even when Zhang Xiaohua ran away last night, Master Qin didn't bother to chase after him. When he woke up in the morning, he was dragged back by Ying Fei. Even Master Qin and Ying Fei knew that this young man had a big problem. He had the habit of sleeping. As long as it was midnight, he would fall asleep. After being tortured in the morning, Zhang Xiaohua basically gave up the idea of escaping. She slowly thought of other ways. Her qigong was not as good as Master Qin's, and her experience in Jianghu was even worse. If she didn't have a unique way of escaping, she shouldn't show it to others. Otherwise, she would be tortured for nothing. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua secretly took out a primordial stone and silently absorbed it to strengthen her internal strength. The 2 people from the divine sect were fierce. Every day, they would hit Zhang Xiaohua's acupoints and torture her to find out the whereabouts of the cauldron. But they didn't care about other things. At least, after Master Qin and Ying Fei looked through the money bag in Zhang Xiaohua's arms, they didn't look at it again. Although they were a little surprised by the 4 small stones in Zhang Xiaohua's arms, they thought about Zhang Xiaohua's age and returned it to him. As for the common things like the golden hairpin, they didn't even look at it. Seeing a big tea shed on the side of the road, many people came in and out to drink tea. Master Qin thought for a while and said, let's go to the tea shed in front and drink some tea. We can also listen to the interesting things in Xinji town. This place was very close to the town. Many people were willing to rest for a while to refresh themselves before entering the town. Therefore, the shed was not small and there were many people. The 3 of them got off the horses. No one came to greet them. Master Qin threw the reins to Ying Fei. Ying Fei looked at Zhang Xiaohua and casually threw the 2 horses to him. He said, tie the horses up and keep watch outside. Don't think about running away. You can't run away in front of Master Qin. If you run away this time, I'll ask Master Qin to break your legs. Zhang Xiaohua took the reins. He didn't need to release his spiritual consciousness to feel Master Qin's attention on him. He smiled bitterly. Not only was he going to be a prisoner, but he also had to be a servant. He led the 3 horses to the side and tied them up, allowing them to graze freely. He took out a primeval stone from his bosom and held one in each hand, using his heart technique to absorb it. Zhang Xiaohua had even decided that from tonight onwards, he would not run away. He would absorb the primeval qi from the primeval stones. Anyway, when he was asleep, he seemed to be able to use his heart technique. Master Qin looked at Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing him standing there obediently without any abnormalities, Master Qin knew that he had suffered a lot and didn't try to run away again. Therefore, he didn't pay too much attention to him. When they entered the tea shed, there were no empty tables. Ying Fei looked around and quickly walked to a table in the corner. He gave each person some money and asked them to leave. Master Qin sat down. Ying Fei took out a white cloth from his pocket and carefully wiped the teacups and teapot. Then, he took out a paper bag and poured out some tea leaves. He asked someone to pour some water to brew it. Originally, the tea house was bustling with activity, but Lord Qin's actions immediately silenced everyone, and even their voices quieted down. Master Qin came to the tea shed to gather information. When he saw this scene, he couldn't help but glare at Ying Fei. Then, he picked up the teacup and looked carefully. Only then did he relax and take a sip. Ying Fei couldn't help but feel wronged. Master, I didn't do this on purpose. If it was tea from the tea shed, would you drink it? Even if I didn't use my own tea set, you still wouldn't like it. The people in the tea shed began to whisper. However, Master Qin's internal energy was very strong. How could he not hear these words? Many people were talking about them. It seemed like they were saying, look at these two people. They are obviously rich people. How did they come to our Xinji town? Of course, they are here to attend Old Man Ma's 68th birthday. Yes, that's right. Ever since Old Man Ma's eldest granddaughter married Xiu Shidao of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, the Ma family's status has become more and more prominent. Even the government has to be polite to them. Yes, I think this person in front of us is the young master of that family. Oh, looking at his age, maybe he is the old master. He encountered some Jianghu situation and came to Old Man Ma to seek justice. Bah, you're right. I think he is Old Man Ma's nephew. He is here to celebrate Old Man Ma's birthday. Nowadays, the world is full of singing and dancing. How can there be any injustice? All kinds of words were incessant. Master Qin frowned. What were they talking about? He was one generation lower than them. These Jianghu rumors were really true. Ying Fei saw Master Qin frown and wanted to stand up. Master Qin quickly waved his hand to stop him. They were already sitting here. If he didn't let them speak, how could they ask for information? At this time, at the table next to them, 3 people looked at each other. One of them stood up and walked over. He bowed and said, I am Kong Rang of Chimei Mountain. May I ask if you are also here to celebrate Old Man Ma's birthday? Ying Fei was about to speak when Master Qin said, yes, I am. May I ask what you are here for? Kong Rang turned around and looked at the other 3 people. He said awkwardly, the 3 of us are also here to celebrate Old Man Ma's birthday. However, when we arrived here, we encountered a big problem. I wonder if you can help us. Chapter 257. Zhang Xiaohua was guarding the horses by himself, but he released his spiritual sense to observe the movements in the tea shed. He was now proficient in using his spiritual sense, so he was able to multitask. His eyes were watching, his spiritual sense was scanning, and his hands were constantly absorbing yuan qi without any delay. Suddenly, the horses that were eating grass neighed loudly, and all of them moved back a few steps. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He quickly went forward, grabbed the reins, and comforted the frightened horses. Then he looked carefully. The place where the horses were eating grass was next to the field, and a mouse suddenly came out from the mouse hole in the field, scaring the horses. Zhang Xiaohua's mind flashed. He seemed to have thought of something. At this time, Ying Fei ran out of the tea shed, and asked what happened. Zhang Xiaohua said expressionlessly. Ying Fei smiled and said, very good, Ren Xiaoyao. Take good care of the horses, I will let you suffer less tonight. Then he turned around and went back into the tea shed. Zhang Xiaohua spat at Ying Fei's back, and stood there quietly. He withdrew his spiritual sense, and no longer absorbed yuan qi, he only focused on the thought that just flashed through his mind. Field, mouse, mouse hole, what did this make him think of? Looking at the small mouse hole, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood, isn't this the Earth escape? This is the Earth escape. Although he didn't know what the Earth escape was, but from the name, it seemed to be digging a hole in the ground to escape. If he could really dig a hole in the ground and escape from there, even with Lord Qin's martial arts, he might not be able to find him. Ha ha ha, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but want to laugh, but his laughter stopped abruptly, because he thought that the hole was so easy to dig. If he had a hoe, he could do it, but how could he dig a hole in front of Lord Qin? And this mysterious jade stone recorded the Earth escape technique. Was it to teach him how to dig a hole better with a hoe? So, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't wait to recall the incantation of the Earth escape technique, and carefully studied it. In the tea shed, Ying Fei whispered to Lord Qin about the matter. Lord Qin nodded and said to Kong Rang, what problem do you have that you need help with? Kong Rang cupped his hands and said, Your Excellency, may I sit down and talk? Lord Qin frowned slightly and nodded. Kong Rang sat down awkwardly and said, it's embarrassing to talk about this. Long story short, the three of us have a small grudge with the 5 heroes of the Shao clan of Nanmu Mountain. That's why we came to find Old Man Ma to mediate. However, we didn't expect that it would be his birthday. The gifts we prepared would naturally be sufficient on normal days, but as a congratulatory gift, it wouldn't be enough. Moreover, we also asked around and found out that ever since Old Man Ma became in-laws with the Alliance of Righteous Tao, the price of asking Old Man Ma to help out also increased again and again, so. Lord Qin smiled and said, "So you want to borrow some money from me?" Hearing this, Kong Reng was overjoyed and said, "It's not what you think. I brought enough banknotes, but I couldn't find a suitable congratulatory gift in a short time. We can't just give you banknotes directly. We don't care about our face, but Old Man Ma does. So, if you have extra gifts, can you give some to me? Of course, I'll give you enough banknotes, and I won't let you suffer a loss." Hearing this, Lord Qin was stunned at first, then he laughed loudly. Seeing Lord Qin laughing, Kong Reng's face was very embarrassed. His face turned red and he said angrily, "Brother, if you don't have extra gifts or don't want to help, you can just say it. Why do you have to laugh at me like this?" After laughing, Lord Qin said kindly, "Brother, it's not that we don't want to help you, but we really didn't prepare any gifts, so we can't say that we'll give you everything. Aren't you going to the Ma Mansion?" Kong Reng was very surprised and felt that he had misjudged. Lord Qin said with interest, "Yes, we're going to the Ma Mansion, but we're not going to give birthday greetings." Seeing this, Kong Reng kindly advised, "Brother, I see that you're also a martial artist. The Ma family is a martial arts family in Xinji town. If you want to visit at this time, you'd better prepare a suitable gift first. Otherwise, it'll be inappropriate if you're rejected at the door." Lord Qin cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your reminder. We'll go to the town later. Maybe we can find something good." Seeing that Lord Qin obviously didn't listen to his words, Kong Reng sighed and turned back to his table. Then he paid the bill and hurried out. He must have gone to look for something again. Anyway, they were not short of money, so they might have something to their liking. Lord Qin and Ning Fei sat for a while, then got up and left the tea shed. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua staring at the field in a daze, Lord Qin scolded, "Ren Xiaoyao, are you thinking of love? Hurry up and bring the horse to Lord Qin." Zhang Xiaohua, who was studying the earth escape technique, was immediately awakened. She was not angry, but untied the reins and led the horse to Lord Qin. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua obedient, Lord Qin was a little surprised. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua from head to toe and didn't seem to recognize her. Why was she so different from the person who wanted to run away 2 days ago? After getting on the horse, Zhang Xiaohua was still a little dazed. She followed behind them with empty eyes. Lord Qin couldn't help but wonder, did she become mentally retarded after being searched by the soul-searching hand? There was no such note in the ancient books of the sect. Not to mention Lord Qin's confusion, Ning Fei led the way. The three of them walked slowly along the pipeline into Xinji town. Ning Fei seemed to know the location of the Ma Mansion. He didn't ask anyone and just urged the horse forward. After passing a few streets, they heard the sound of gongs and drums in the distance. There was also the sound of opera singing. It should be the liveliness of the Ma Mansion. While they were walking, they heard a few shouts behind them, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" The road Zhang Xiaohua and the other two were walking on was the main road to the Ma Mansion. The Ma Mansion had already made it very spacious. It was more than enough for 4 horses to walk side by side. Moreover, the 3 of them were not walking in the center, so there was no need for them to get out of the way. However, from afar, 8 tall red horses galloped from behind. They shouted as they galloped. Even the horsewhips in their hands were mercilessly hitting the people who were a little late to get out of the way. Zhang Xiaohua was daydreaming and thinking about the ancient words. She didn't hear the shouts behind her. Lord Qin and Ning Fei were originally arrogant people. How could they pay attention to them at this moment? Therefore, all the people and horses on the street were sensible enough to hide on both sides of the street. This made the 3 people and 3 horses who were not blocking the road suddenly appear. The one sitting on the red horse was a handsome young man in his 20s with red lips and white teeth. He looked very arrogant. He used the horsewhip smoothly and hit people from time to time. At this moment, he saw that the 3 horses in front of him didn't give way to him. Although they didn't block the road, he was still angry. When he caught up to Zhang Xiaohua's side, he looked at her from the corner of his eyes. She was wearing very ordinary clothes and looked very haggard. Moreover, she looked dull. He thought that she must be a lowly servant. How could such a person not give way to him? The handsome young man was furious. He raised the horsewhip in his hand high and slapped it towards Zhang Xiaohua's face. If it was a normal time, Zhang Xiaohua would naturally be able to dodge it. However, she was in the middle of comprehending something and didn't pay attention to what was happening around her. Just as the horsewhip was about to hit her face, a shadow appeared from the side. With a "pa" sound, the horsewhip that was lashing towards Zhang Xiaohua was entangled by another horsewhip. When the handsome young man looked over, he saw that it was the gray-haired Lord Qin in front of Zhang Xiaohua's horse. In Lord Qin's eyes, Zhang Xiaohua was his prisoner. It was natural for him to torture her and punish her however he wanted. However, this handsome young man actually raised his horsewhip without saying anything. Naturally, he didn't put Lord Qin in his eyes. Even if you want to beat a dog, you still have to look at its master, let alone a person. Lord Qin got angry just thinking about it. He casually wrapped the horsewhip around the handsome young man's horsewhip. Then, with a little force, the handsome young man felt a huge force pass through his arm. His hand went numb and the horsewhip in his hand was taken away. Lord Qin then shook his wrist and the horsewhip was thrown far away into a smelly ditch by the side of the road. Seeing this, the handsome young man was furious. He pulled out a sword from his waist and was about to rush forward. The rider behind him was an old man. He hurried forward and grabbed the handsome young man's hand. He said in a low voice, "Young master, this is already in front of Old Man Ma's mansion. Looking at the direction these 3 people are going, they are probably here to celebrate Old Man Ma's birthday. If you act in such a hurry, I'm afraid you will offend Old Man Ma's guests." The handsome young man said angrily, "But they didn't make way first. They even took my horsewhip away." The old man said, "Even so, remember this person's face first. It won't be too late to make trouble for him after the birthday celebration. If we act now, it will be hard to avoid the suspicion of slapping Old Man Ma's face. People will say that we are not sensible." Hearing this, the handsome young man nodded. He stared at the 3 people fiercely and then rode forward. From the beginning to the end, Lord Qin, Ying Fei, and Zhang Xiaohua didn't even look at him. Their expressions were very indifferent. When the handsome young man arrived in front of Ma Mansion, someone had already reported inside. A white-haired, purple-red face, hale and hearty old man personally came out to greet him. It was Old Man Ma Rulong. When the handsome young man saw the old man, he hurriedly got down from his horse and bowed. "Grandson-in-law greets Grandpa. I wish Grandpa a long life and great fortune." Ma Rulong also quickly helped him up and said, "Grandson-in-law, no need to be so polite. We are all family. Quickly get up." The handsome young man took the opportunity to get up and said with a smile, "I haven't seen Grandpa for a long time. Your body is even stronger. You are really old but strong." These words were a bit unreasonable, but Ma Rulong didn't get angry. He smiled and said, "It's all because of the good things your master gave me. It made my body much healthier." The handsome young man said again, "This time, Grandpa's birthday celebration, Master asked grandson-in-law to bring a lot of good things. Come, housekeeper, give the gift list to Grandpa." The old man behind him hurriedly went forward. There was a big red gift list on the ground. Ma Rulong opened it and looked. His expression changed slightly. He then passed it to the master of ceremonies at the door. Under the handsome young man's slightly proud gaze, the master of ceremonies loudly read, "The Righteous Alliance's Chio, she congratulates Grandpa on his great birthday. He presents. Chapter 258. The master of ceremonies called out, a pair of 100-year-old fleeceflower flowers, a pair of 100-year-old ginseng. Although there weren't many things, no gold, silver, jewels, jade or antiques, but the celestial path had been destroyed for 10,000 years, the chi of heaven and earth was thin, even the quality of medicinal herbs had declined. Normally, it was rare to see things that were decades old, but this guy actually raised his hand and brought out 100-year-old medicinal herbs, and they were even mature. How could it not shock everyone? How could it make old Master Ma and the Master of Ceremonies lose their composure? These things couldn't be exchanged with banknotes, even if they were presented with banknotes of equal value. How could it be so captivating? No wonder Kong Rang was in a difficult position. There were some things that couldn't be bought even with banknotes. Old Master Ma beside Marulong, although he was full of vigor, at this moment, his expression was not normal. Everyone thought that the old man was overjoyed, but he himself had unspeakable bitterness. His own status in Jianghu, his heart was like a mirror. How could he be worthy of the Righteous Alliance's generosity? The reason why they offered such generous gifts, of course, they hoped that he would return the favor, but how should he decide? How could he choose with just a generous gift? Qiu Shidao took out a folding fan out of nowhere, gently waving it, proudly listening to the master of ceremonies' slightly trembling shout, quite like an elegant young master in the chaotic world. Actually, Qiu Shidao was indeed worthy of being the fourth son, not to mention that he was handsome and elegant. Just the fact that he could marry old Master Ma's direct granddaughter, and be able to become the disciple of the Righteous Alliance's ninth deputy chief, Chang Xan, no one dared to say anything. Unfortunately, while Qiu Shidao enjoyed bathing in the admiring, jealous, and surprised gazes of the crowd, he keenly sensed that something was different in a certain direction. In the distance, Mr. Qin's disdainful gaze, Ying Fei's ridiculing gaze, and Zhang Xiaohua's soulless expression, who was sitting on an inferior horse with a blank expression, seemed to have nothing to do with Qiu Shidao. All of these were like sharp thorns that pierced into his proud heart. However, Qiu Shidao still remembered his status, and the master of ceremonies was also very far away. He couldn't vent his anger on him for no reason, so with a schwa sound, he closed his folding fan and prepared to walk inside. Speaking of which, this action was quite disrespectful. Your big grandfather was still standing, giving you face and listening to your gift list, yet you wanted to move first. What kind of person was Marulong? He immediately said, "My dear grandson-in-law, are you tired? Why don't you go in and rest for a while? When the banquet starts, I'll call you out to meet the guests." Qiu Shidao smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, grandfather. I am indeed a bit tired." Marulong said, "Let's go. I've already asked the servants to clean up Yajing's room. You'll be satisfied." After saying that, he gave way to Qiu Shidao. How could Qiu Shidao be willing to go first? Seeing this, Marulong felt relieved and walked into the courtyard first. Qiu Shidao followed closely behind. However, as soon as they passed through the corridor, Qiu Shidao seemed to have thought of something. Looking at the chrysanthemums planted in the courtyard, he exclaimed, "Grandpa, look, your chrysanthemums are really good." Marulong was stunned. He stopped walking and muttered in his heart. These chrysanthemums were just casually planted by the servants. What was there to praise? Could it be that there was a hidden meaning in his words? Therefore, she also walked to the chrysanthemum flower bed and accompanied Qiu Shidao to admire the chrysanthemums. As they admired the chrysanthemums, they also tried to sound him out, not knowing what Qiu Shidao meant. Qiu Shidao's ears were listening outside. His eyes also occasionally glanced outside the door. He only casually responded to Marulong's probing, causing Marulong to be confused. There were many people who came to the Ma Manor to celebrate the birthday. It was not an exaggeration to say that there was an endless stream of horses and carriages. Moreover, everyone brought many gifts. The master of ceremonies had to sing a little more and it took a lot of time. When Ying Fei brought Lord Qin to the manor, Qiu Shidao was already waiting impatiently inside. According to Ying Fei's thoughts, with his lord and his family's status, there was no need for them to line up here. If they directly rushed into the Ma Manor, then wouldn't Marulong bow and welcome them? However, Lord Qin knew that the current situation was not the same as before. The gifts from the Righteous Alliance said a lot. He was still willing to hide at the side and watch and listen. Sometimes, it was very interesting to go incognito. However, he did not think about it. With a head full of white hair, he would be eye-catching wherever he went. How could he hide from the Ma family's eyes? Moreover, the master of ceremonies looked at the luxuriously dressed but ordinary-looking person in front of him and was very surprised. He asked again, "Hero, are you sure you are here to celebrate the birthday?" "Yes, I am sure, and I am sure." "You did not send an invitation, nor did you prepare a gift." You see, Lord Qin's dream of going incognito was immediately shattered. "Let's not talk about your white hair or your ostentatious behavior. At the very least, you should prepare a meager gift. Let's just say that you don't have any banknotes. You're relying on your admiration of old Master Ma's reputation to come and pay your respects. At the very least, you should have a name card. Coming to pay your respects empty-handed, let's not talk about your status. Anyone would label you as an idiot or freeloader." In fact, it wasn't that Ying Fei or Lord Qin didn't have experience in Jianghu and didn't know the ways of the world. It was just that with their reputation, wherever they went, they would be respected and flattered. This Ma mansion couldn't even flatter them. How could they give up their pride and give a congratulatory gift to the servant in their eyes? If Zhang Xiaohua did not concentrate on comprehending the earth evasion technique, she would naturally remind him. Coming empty-handed was also a laughingstock in the countryside. As for the name card, Ying Fei, as the messenger of the heavenly sect, this identity was a supreme name card. Why would he prepare one? However, the master of the ceremony had seen a lot of the world. Moreover, the Ma family had told him in advance that there were many heroes in the wilderness. There were some who were unconventional and some who were independent. He did not know what kind of background everyone had. The purpose of the birthday celebration was to have a lively atmosphere. Anyway, the Ma family did not lack food and wine, so there was no harm in eating and drinking for free. Therefore, the master of the ceremony smiled and asked, "Old Master Ma is the most forthright. He is very willing to make friends with a nameless hero like you. However, please tell me your name so that I can record your name in this grand occasion. It is possible that your name will go down in history in the future." Pfft! Ying Fei almost spat out. He looked back at Lord Qin and said, "Okay, just because you said that I will go down in history, I will let you know that the lord behind me is Qin Shiyue, Lord Qin. My name is Ying Fei." The master of the ceremony said, "I know. If the one riding behind is a servant of your family, then you don't have to tell me your name." In fact, the master of the ceremony was also puzzled. If it was a servant, then it would be natural for him to come before Ying Fei. However, if it was not a servant, then this young man's clothes were not as good as the other two and the horse he was riding was also inferior. Therefore, he asked. Ying Fei thought for a while and said, "This young man is not a servant. He just came with us to see the world. His name is Ren Xiaoyao." The master of the ceremony smiled and said, "I know, Lord Ying." Then, he shouted, "Qin Shiyue, Ying Fei, Ren Xiaoyao, these three heroes are here to congratulate old Master Ma on his birthday." As soon as the master of the ceremony finished, a shadow shot out of the courtyard. Before the person arrived, his voice was heard, "Ha, so you are here to take advantage of me. You still have the face to tell me your name. Qin Shiyue, Ying Fei, and what Ren Xiaoyao? How come I have never heard of these names in Jianghu? You still call yourself a hero. You don't deserve any honor." When everyone looked over, they saw that it was young Master Qiu Shidao who had already entered the courtyard. Qiu Shidao's arrival was sudden and his voice was loud. Everyone turned to look at him. Even Zhang Xiaohua stopped and looked at him in confusion. Qiu Shidao walked forward and said to Lord Qin with a sneer, "This brother with extraordinary skills, is your name Qin Shiyue? Your name is not bad, but it is not famous. Where is brother Qin going to make a living? If you are not happy, you can come to the Righteous Alliance. I am not talented, but I can find a good job for Brother Qin. At least, the next time Brother Qin goes to a senior's place to congratulate them, you can't go there for nothing. You will lose face, right? Qin Shiyue was being pointed at and lectured. His face was even warmer. He only smiled and did not speak. It was rare for him to have self-restraint. Zhang Xiaohua beside him did not think so. From what she knew these 2 days, Qin Shiyue usually had an amiable appearance. If he frowned or was angry, it meant that it was normal. However, the more he smiled and the warmer he was, it meant that it was not good. At least when he sealed Zhang Xiaohua's acupoints and tortured her, his face was like a spring breeze. Zhang Xiaohua knew that things were not good. Looking at Qiu Shidao's good appearance, she felt that it was a pity. She said anxiously, "You young master, you are really unreasonable. How is my master unbearable as you say? It's just that he admires old Master Ma very much. He was in a hurry and forgot about it. In a while, when he pays a visit to old Master Ma, I will come out and help my master complete the etiquette." Qin Shiyue glanced at Zhang Xiaohua. He had a good impression of her. That was because no one was willing to be pointed at and lectured, even if he already had the intention to kill. Ying Fei also laughed and said, "Who are you? Is there any place for you to speak in the Ma mansion?" Qiu Shidao was greatly amused. He said, "I knew you are ignorant and inexperienced. Let me tell you, Xiao Yi is the husband of Ma Leo Yizi's eldest granddaughter. Tell me, do you think I have the right to speak in this Ma mansion?" Ying Fei said again, "Although old Master Ma is old, there are many uncles in the Ma mansion. There is no place for you to speak." Qiu Shidao smiled and said, "The people of Jianghu are in charge of Jianghu matters. My teacher is one of the 9 alliance leaders of the Righteous Alliance, Nan Fengyun. You tell me, do I have the right to speak in the Ma mansion?" In Qiu Shidao's expectations, once Nan Fengyun's name was brought out, wouldn't these 3 idiots of Jianghu be scared witless? Even if they did not know Nan Fengyun's name, as long as they were people of Jianghu, how could they not know about the Righteous Alliance? And of these 3 people, 2 of them were wearing bright clothes and had good horses. They should know about the Righteous Alliance and would not give him face. Chapter 259. Sure enough, Ying Fei was as unbearable as he imagined. He was immediately shocked and shouted, "Nan Fengyun. You are Nan Fengyun's disciple. Sorry for the disrespect." When Qiu Shidao heard this, a smile appeared on his face. He opened the fan in his hand and waved it. He thought to himself, "Now you know how powerful I am. Quickly apologize to me. Seeing that you are here to celebrate Old Man Ma's birthday, I will give you some face. And, if you give Old Man Ma a gift later and I don't get a share, I will teach you a lesson." However, Ying Fei's tone changed and he shouted, "But, young master, I remember that the leader of the Righteous Alliance is called Zhang San. How come there are suddenly 9 leaders? And this Nan Fengyun seems to be the weakest of the 8 vice leaders." Qiu Shidao's face turned red. What Ying Fei said was right. What he said just now was also right. Normally, no one would refute him. Giving him face and not spending a single copper coin, who wouldn't be happy? However, Ying Fei's explanation immediately caused Qiu Shidao's face to fall to the ground. However, he could not refute it. The alliance head of the Righteous Alliance was that Zhang San, whose name could not be any more vulgar. And, it was even more vulgar than Zhang Xiaohua's name. The other few were all Vice Alliance heads. Furthermore, Nan Fengyun was indeed the weakest of the 8 Vice Alliance heads. However, even though the weakest was in the Righteous Alliance, in Jianghu, he was still an incredible figure. Qiu Shidao became angry from embarrassment and said, This Jianghu is the Jianghu of the people of Jianghu. The Ma family is in Jianghu and naturally has to have Jianghu people speak. My Righteous Alliance is famous in Jianghu, don't I have the right to speak in the Ma family?" This Qiu Shidao was also angry and somewhat hysterical. He had fallen into Ying Fei's trap. In fact, as the grandson of the Ma family, he naturally had the right to speak. However, he had always been proud of the righteous Dao alliance and did not put the identity of the Ma family's grandson in his eyes. Therefore, he did not use his identity as the grandson of the Ma family and put the cart before the horse to talk about the qualifications of the sect. Ying Fei saw that Qiu Shidao fell into his trap and laughed. This Jianghu is the Jianghu of the people of Jianghu and not the Righteous Alliance. The Ma family is naturally not the Ma family of the Righteous Alliance. What right do you have to speak? Qiu Shidao became even angrier and said, if the Righteous Alliance is not qualified, who are you? Do you have the right to say that here? This young master has also given you a finished ginseng. What kind of congratulatory gift do you have? The two of them were bickering at the entrance of the Ma mansion. It was only after a while that Old Man Ma finally arrived late from the mansion. Actually, Old Man Ma didn't come late on purpose. He accompanied Qiu Shidao to admire the chrysanthemums in the courtyard and tried to guess Qiu Shidao's intentions. Unexpectedly, while they were talking, Qiu Shidao rushed out of the courtyard like a bolt of lightning, leaving this old man in front of the chrysanthemum terrace wondering, what did I say to make my precious grandson-in-law so panic? Or did Sunna have something urgent to attend to? Sometimes, one couldn't be careless. When Ma Rulong arrived at the front of the mansion, he heard someone quarreling with his beloved grandson-in-law. He couldn't help but feel angry. Everyone in the mansion knew Qiu Shidao's position in his heart. Who would dare to behave atrociously in front of him? Could it be that they were guests who had come to celebrate the birthday? He had already made up his mind. If it was a guest with a slightly lower status, he would definitely teach him a lesson. However, when he walked out of the mansion, everything in front of him immediately stunned him. His gaze wasn't looking at his grandson-in-law that he usually admired, but at Qin Shiyue's white hair. It was as if that white hair was a rare treasure that he couldn't bear to look away. Ma Rulong had never seen Qin Shiyue before, but Ying Fei had been here a few times. Among all the people in the Dragon God sect, other than Ying Fei, he was most familiar with Qin Shiyue. Her white hair was often mentioned by Ying Fei. What was this person doing here? Wasn't there still some time before the appointment? Ma Rulong hurriedly went up and scolded loudly, Shidao, don't be rude. When Qiu Shidao heard Ma Rulong's scolding, his face was very surprised and his heart was a little unhappy. However, he was a genius after all. How could he not know the severity of the situation? He quickly moved to the side and waited for Ma Rulong's explanation. He wanted to see what kind of deities Qin Shiyue and Ying Fei were. As expected, Ma Rulong politely said, this is Qin Shiyue, Lord Qin. He is very famous in the Jianghu. Don't offend him. Then he bowed deeply to Qin Shiyue and said, this old man didn't know that Lord Qin came from afar. I didn't come to the mansion to greet you. Please forgive me. Qiu Shidao wasn't a fool. Seeing this, he naturally knew that Qin Shiyue had some background. However, Ma Rulong's introduction was very vague. He only said that he was Lord Qin and didn't say where he came from. Could it be that this person who called him Lord was someone from the government? Looking at Qin Shiyue and the others' attire, he was even more certain of his thoughts. Moreover, Ma Rulong was getting old in recent years and had plans to retire from the Jianghu. It wasn't like he was hooking up with the government. If someone from the government came to congratulate Ma Rulong on his birthday, it would be reasonable. And, that's right. Coming empty-handed and leaving with sleeves full had always been the way of the government since ancient times. Thinking of this, Qiu Shidao couldn't help but look down on them. He was one of the direct disciples of the Righteous Alliance. Even if it was someone from the government, how could ordinary people compare to him? Moreover, with Ma Rulong's status, how could he make friends with someone from the government? Thus, Qiu Shidao couldn't help but take a step forward. He cupped his hands and said, I don't know which Lord Brother Qin is working for. If you know each other, please explain. Since we know each other, the matter of stealing the whip just now can be discussed. When Ma Rulong heard this, he knew that Qiu Shidao had misunderstood. Qin Shiyue's background couldn't be revealed in front of everyone. Qiu Shidao, this child, was usually very clever. Why did he have to make things difficult for himself today? However, Qiu Shidao was not only his grandson-in-law, but also represented the righteous alliance. If they were in the mansion, he could naturally reprimand him. However, in public, he had to leave some face. He quickly pulled Qiu Shidao's sleeve and said, "Shidao, why don't you listen to your grandfather? Don't be rude. Quickly apologize to Lord Qin." He deliberately pointed out, "grandfather," in his words to let Qiu Shidao understand his other identity. However, perhaps Qiu Shidao was blinded by lard, or perhaps his thoughts had turned into a dead end. He only had one thought in his mind. It's just someone from the government. What can they do to me? He smiled and said to Ma Rulong, "Grandson-in-law, when I was in the Righteous Tao Alliance, I often encountered such people who only know how to take advantage of others. If I give them the convenience this time, they will come again and again in the future. It's better to teach them a lesson the first time and extinguish their future thoughts. Moreover, grandfather, don't worry. The Righteous Alliance also has some acquaintances in the government. Their status is very high. There's no need to be afraid of such people." Moreover, he just dodged grandson-in-law's whip. "We have to talk to their superiors and let them know that the horse lord has 3 eyes." Ma Rulong was helpless. "Aren't you helping out with good intentions? Even if someone from the government came, the county magistrate was not as good as the person in charge. Your connections are far away in the court. Why would you care about this small Shinji town? With this man's temperament, stealing your whip is a small matter. Even if he wants to take your life, it would be as easy as turning his hand." However, he just couldn't say Qin Shiyue's identity. Why do you think this is? Since he couldn't say it out loud, why not just whisper it to Qiu Shidao? Why do you have to be so difficult? In fact, with Ma Rulong's status in the Jianghu, he still couldn't enter the eyes of the Righteous Alliance. The reason why they paid so much attention to Ma Rulong was because Ma Rulong had some relationship with the Dragon God sect. The Righteous Alliance wanted to pull Ma Rulong to their side and obtain information from the Dragon God sect. Qiu Shidao also came this time for the matter of the Dragon God sect. However, he didn't expect Qin Shiyue to come to the Ma mansion in advance. This caused the two factions to clash. Although Ma Rulong was biased towards the Righteous Alliance, he still didn't want to cause trouble with the Dragon God sect. At least, he didn't want to do so before he was prepared. If he told Qiu Shidao in front of Qin Shiyue, no matter if he said it out loud or in a whisper, it would clearly tell Qin Shiyue that he, Ma Rulong, was in cahoots with the Righteous Alliance. And if he didn't say it out loud, his relationship with the Righteous Alliance could be explained as his granddaughter and the Righteous Alliance's direct disciple being connected by heart. This was the will of the heavens. He didn't have much relationship with the Righteous Alliance. His relationship with Qiu Shidao was just a private family relationship. It had nothing to do with his sect. With such a strong relationship, it was difficult for Ma Rulong, who was so old, to think so clearly in such a short period of time. The more clear it was, the more difficult it was for him. He really didn't expect his two backers to be at loggerheads at this time. If there was a front and back, how good would that be? At least he could pull Qiu Shidao's ear and tell him, "This is the person your master told me about. This person is also a person from the Dragon God sect that I am very afraid of. You should wash up and go to sleep. Don't make a mess here." Seeing Qin Shiyue's smile become wider and Ning Fei's face become ice-cold, Ma Rulong hurriedly grabbed Qiu Shidao's clothes and shouted, "Come, invite young Master Qiu to the main hall for tea." The family members who had been waiting for a long time came forward and half supported and half dragged Qiu Shidao into the Ma mansion. Qiu Shidao thought that Ma Rulong was afraid of the government officials. As he walked, he turned his head and said, "Grandfather, don't be afraid of them. They are just paper tigers. Later I will introduce you to a few important people from the government. They will definitely be able to support you." Ma Rulong bitterly smiled and pretended that he didn't hear anything. He went forward and bowed deeply, "Please forgive me, Lord Qin and Lord Ing. This child has been spoiled and doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This old man apologizes to the two of you on his behalf." Ying Fei turned his head and looked at Qin Shiyue. He saw that Qin Shiyue's expression was normal. She only smiled and said, "Old man Ma, you are very lucky to have found a grandson-in-law from the righteous alliance. In the future, you will be able to provide for your old age." These words had a double meaning, which made Ma Rulong's heart jump. Chapter 260. Ma Rulong thought to himself, what is real is fake, and what is fake is real. He wanted to hide it from the Dragon God sect for the time being, but what did he do wrong? How could they see through it? However, on second thought, he thought that Ying Fei might be testing him. If he was guilty, he would naturally be seen through by Ying Fei. So, Ma Rulong smiled and said, I don't dare. My children and grandchildren have their own fortune. I am old and can't care so much. I just hope that I can safely go through the last part of my life. How can I have too much extravagant hope? Ying Fei said again, we came in a hurry and didn't know that today is your birthday. Sorry for our rudeness. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a commotion. Ma Rulong quickly waved his hand and said, Lord Ying, you are too polite. You and Lord Qin are my honored guests. Since you can come, it is my honor. There is no need to talk about gifts. Please come in and drink some tea to wash away the dust. Later, you can also drink a cup of my turbid wine. Then, he personally invited the two into the mansion. Ying Fei didn't dare to make a decision. Qin Shiyue smiled and said, then I will nag you. Then, she gave the reins to Zhang Xiaohua and went in first. Ying Fei saw this and also gave the reins to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the reins in her hand and curled her lips. How did I become someone's servant? I am such a failure as a prisoner. Then, she rolled her eyes and looked around. Unfortunately, as soon as she thought about it, she immediately felt that Qin Shiyue's attention was fixed on her. She could only shrug and give up the idea of running away. Fortunately, the Ma family was good at managing their household. Before Zhang Xiaohua said anything, a family member came forward and took the horses. There must be someone to take care of them. As for how they treated them, whether they treated them carefully or threw them aside, it was none of Zhang Xiaohua's business. Even if they poisoned the horses, Zhang Xiaohua would be happy to see it. Following her family's guidance, Zhang Xiaohua followed them to the reception hall. There were already many Jianghu heroes and local squires in the hall. They were all talking in groups. When Zhang Xiaohua looked around, she didn't see Qin Shiyue's gray hair. She couldn't help but feel happy. Unfortunately, before she could smile, she saw a family member coming over and smiling apologetically. Is this little brother surnamed Ren? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Just as she was about to deny it, she immediately realized her new identity. Her smile froze on her face as she said resentfully, yes, I am Xiao Ren. That family member respectfully said, Master Ma asked me to lead you to the inner hall. Please follow me. Zhang Xiaohua thought, nonsense, how can I not go? Then, she nodded and was too lazy to say anything. She followed the family member to the inner hall. It was a quiet small hall. Ma Rulong was drinking tea with two people. Qin Shiyue looked up and saw Zhang Xiaohua walking in. She didn't say anything. Ying Fei smiled and said, Xiao Ren, come and have some tea. Looking at Ying Fei's ugly face, Zhang Xiaohua had the impulse to rush up and push him to the ground. She wanted to stomp on him so that he would never be able to turn over. Ma Rulong also smiled and said, Little brother Ren, come and taste my tea. The taste is very good. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly smiled and said, Okay, Master Ma, I have seen this tea in books before. I have never had the chance to taste it. Today, I will try it. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's bitter face suddenly turn into joy, Ying Fei almost thought that this fellow was stupid. Thus, he was also stunned. Only when Zhang Xiaohua tasted the magenta tea did Ying Fei realize that this fellow dared to play with him. Tonight, he would be in trouble. Ma Rulong accompanied for a while and said apologetically, Master Qin, envoying, please wait here for a while. I still have guests to entertain. I will be back soon. Qin Shiyue said, Go, today is your birthday. There will be many guests. If you take care of everything, it will be difficult. Take care of as many as you can. Ma Rulong's heart skipped a beat. He laughed dryly and quickly left. After Ma Rulong left, Ying Fei shouted, Master Qin, this Ma Rulong obviously has a problem. He can't be explained clearly to the Righteous Alliance. What do you think we should do? Qin Shiyue smiled and said, The emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is anxious. The master has not even said anything and you are already worrying for him. Don't be anxious, let's walk slowly. Since we have already met Qiu Shidao, I think old Ma will have a choice. When Ying Fei heard this, he opened his mouth and wanted to say something but did not dare to. He could only sit on the chair patiently and look at the door anxiously from time to time. Qin Shiyue had a confident look on her face and closed her eyes to rest. Zhang Xiaohua took out a vitality stone from her chest and drank the tea while absorbing the vitality. She was waiting for a good show to start. What else could it be? After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Ma Rulong wiped his sweat and walked into the inner hall. He smiled apologetically and said, Master Qin, envoying, I am really negligent. There are so many guests today. This old man did not prepare enough banquet. Please wait a moment and let them set up the banquet here. Ying Fei was about to speak when Qin Shiyue spoke first. She said, Ma Rulong, this lord did not come today just to celebrate your birthday. You must have already received the message I sent you earlier. Let's do the proper business before the banquet starts. Only after the business is done will this lord be in a good mood to drink. Ma Rulong smiled and said, Master Qin is in such a hurry. Let's wait until we eat and rest. Qin Shiyue also smiled and said, Doing things for the sect leader is more important than anything else. Let me take the things steadily first. Only then will I have a good mood. Ma Rulong thought for a moment and said, That's true. Then please wait for a moment. This old man will be back soon. Not long after, Ma Rulong came in with a tray covered with a silk scarf. He handed it to Qin Shiyue and said with some embarrassment, Since I received the message from the sect, this old man has been trying his best to find it. This is all I could find. I wanted to ask my relatives and friends to find some more during the banquet, but Lord came early. I can only let Lord down. Qin Shiyue smiled and said, It's okay, it's okay. It's good that you did your best. This is enough. As he spoke, he lifted the silk scarf on the tray. Seeing the things on the tray, Qin Shiyue was shocked. She pointed at the things on the tray and said, Old man Ma, this is what you were trying your best to find? Zhang Xiaohua, who was tasting tea, was also curious. When she looked around, there were only 3 to 5 old jade articles on the tray. Compared to Zhang Xiaohua's offering, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Zhang Xiaohua did not need to use her spiritual sense to identify it. It was probably just for show. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Ma Rulong in confusion. She did not know what he was selling. Facing Qin Shiyue's accusation, Ma Rulong said with a stern expression, Master Qin, this is the ancient item that this old man found according to the message. Didn't I tell you just now that I only found this little? If you were a bit later, perhaps this old man could ask my relatives and friends to find some more. However, since you are here now, this is all I can do. Ying Fei said angrily, Old man Ma, you dare to brush us off. Ma Rulong cupped his hands and said, Envoying is too serious. How could this old man dare? Didn't Master Qin just say that it was fine as long as I did my best? This old man has indeed done his best. You. Ying Fei was truly angered. He pointed at Ma Rulong, not knowing what to say. Qin Shiyue was no longer shocked. She looked at Ma Rulong with a smile. At this time, a voice rang out, I have long heard that the dragon god sect bullies the weak and snatches away people's treasures. Now that I have seen it, it truly lives up to its reputation. Even an old man who is almost 70 years old is being bullied and squeezed. It truly is the demonic sect of the pugilistic world. Even Garuda's disciple dares to act so recklessly. What can I do? When everyone looked up, it was Qiu Shidao who was holding a fan with a smile on his face. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, wasn't it enough for this guy to be humiliated just now? He actually dares to come out now. Qin Shiyue was not surprised by Qiu Shidao's appearance. She said with a smile, I wonder if this little brother is Ma Rulong's grandson-in-law, Qiu Shidao, or Heaven Dao Alliance's Vice Alliance Master, Nan Fengyin's disciple, Qiu Shidao. Qiu Shidao said with a smile, what's the difference? Both sides are Qiu Shidao and I, your little master. Qin Shiyue's smile grew wider. She ignored Qiu Shidao and turned to look at Ma Rulong. Old man Ma, it seems like you have made your choice. Ma Rulong's expression changed slightly. He took a step back and did not speak. Qiu Shidao saw this and took a few steps forward. You only know how to bully the old. The demonic sect's methods are indeed extraordinary. Ying Fei said angrily, how can a child like you interrupt when adults are talking? Let me ask you, can you represent your righteous alliance? Qiu Shidao cupped his hands and said, I came to the Ma mansion on the orders of my master. Naturally, I can represent. Ying Fei said again, since you know that we are from the demonic sect and that the demonic sect is incompatible with the righteous alliance, you actually dare to stand in front of us so generously. Your courage is not ordinary. Qiu Shidao said with a smile, I heard that the demonic sect's hands are bloody and ruthless. How come you only know how to talk? What a joke. Ying Fei said angrily, good, good. Then let me weigh your weight. After saying this, he took a big step forward and reached out to grab Qiu Shidao's throat. There was no doubt that if he grabbed Qiu Shidao's throat, it would be crushed. Qiu Shidao used words to provoke him. Naturally, he was prepared. He raised his hand and punched towards Ying Fei's finger. Ying Fei did not stop. He only changed his grip into a palm. In an instant, the two's fist and palm collided. With a peng sound, the two had exchanged a move. Ying Fei took a step back while Qiu Shidao took a few steps back. He was almost forced to the door. Qiu Shidao did not move forward. He only shouted, go. After saying this, he turned around and walked out of the inner hall. Ma Rulong also followed closely behind. Ying Fei shouted, where are you going? He was about to chase out of the inner hall when a sudden change occurred. Chapter 261. Kacha, 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 kacha. Almost at the same time, the windows on three sides of the inner hall were kicked open from the outside. Three short and fat figures fell to the ground like meteors and landed around the hall. Zhang Xiaohua originally thought that there would be some kind of mechanism in the inner hall or something like a big net that could catch them all in one fell swoop. At this time, seeing that there were actually three people, he was relieved. At least, he would not be accidentally injured. However, when he saw the faces of these three people, he could not help but feel a little surprised and also laughed. These three people actually looked exactly the same. They were the legendary triplets. Moreover, these three people all had small noses, small eyes, and chubby faces. They looked very comical. Unfortunately, this was Zhang Xiaohua's first impression. Ying Fei cried out in surprise, the three auspicious treasures. Qin Shiyue said with a smile, Old Ma, it seems that you are determined to break off relations with the divine sect. The Righteous Alliance has really put in a lot of effort. They even sent out the three auspicious treasures. Qiu Shidao said outside, a fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. This is common sense. Lord Qin, don't think about the future of others. Worry about your own situation first. Qin Shiyue laughed and said, I am unbearable. I am not ranked in the top few in the divine sect. But in Jianghu, even if it is the three auspicious treasures of the Righteous Alliance, what can they do to me? As he spoke, he raised his eyebrows and looked around in a spirited manner. He gave off an aura of disdain for all living beings and did not even glance at the three treasures above him. Seeing this, Qiu Shidao sneered and said, it's easy to talk while sitting down. Anyone can say these words. It's not too late to say it after you see the real thing. After saying that, he made a gesture. The short and fat three auspicious treasures looked at each other and at the same time took out two things from their arms. One was an orange flag, the size of a palm, triangular, and the other was a fist-sized jade. Then, the three people uniformly threw the flags in their hands to the ground. With a chi sound, the flagpoles of the three flags were neatly inserted into the flat marble floor like tofu. Then, the three people uniformly raised the jade with their left hand and made a very strange gesture with their right hand. And this strange gesture was seen by Zhang Xiaohua. It was like being struck by lightning. She was stunned on the spot. Wasn't this the incantation of the earth-evading technique? The earth-evading technique that Zhang Xiaohua obtained had long been incomplete. There was only a complete incantation left. Whether there was an explanation or annotation behind it, he did not know. These days, he had racked his brains to comprehend the earth-evading technique, but he still could not understand the main points. The most important point was this incantation. He had never seen this incantation before. Naturally, he did not know how to use it. He did not believe that such a simple gesture with his fingers could exert an incredible power. Moreover, in front of Qin Shiyue and Ning Fei, he did not dare to try, so he had not made any progress. At this time, the gesture of the auspicious three treasures forming the incantation was like lightning striking into his mind. It opened a door that he could not find a way to open. With a thought, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense immediately swept towards one of the auspicious three treasures. Under his divine sense, he could clearly observe the changes in the gesture. He could even clearly see that under the effect of the gesture, the jade stone actually emitted a faint yuan qi. It was guided by the gesture to the small flag on the ground. The small flag absorbed the yuan qi and emitted a faint brilliance. The brilliance became brighter and brighter. Then, it formed an invisible light curtain that covered the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, the light curtain of the three small flags combined together, forming a hemispherical sealed space. Just before the entire light curtain closed, Zhang Xiaohua heard Qin Shiyue exclaim, "Three-talent flag gate formation. How could the Righteous Alliance have such a thing?" And with the closing of the light curtain, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was also immediately isolated. It could not be delayed in the slightest, and was confined in this hemispherical space of the closed light curtain. Zhang Xiaohua was greatly shocked. Ever since he cultivated this divine sense, it was invincible. It had always been the secret weapon that he was proud of. What kind of formation was this? It could actually isolate divine sense. It seemed that there would not be a good situation today. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua had another question in his heart. Just now, when his divine sense swept out, he discovered that the fist-sized jade stone in the auspicious three treasures hand actually contained a weak heaven and earth yuan qi. Could it be that this fist-sized jade stone was also a yuan qi? And it should be. According to the records in the Worry-Free Heart Sutra, the yuan qi was originally like this. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua pinched the small stone in his hand and wondered, if they took the real yuan qi, then what is this small stone in my hand? A miniature yuan qi? Perhaps so. However, the yuan qi contained in my own yuan qi seems to be much more than that big yuan qi. Could it be that this yuan qi is also said to be strong on the outside but weak on the inside? What made Zhang Xiaohua flabbergasted was not only this. When Zhang Xiaohua withdrew his divine sense and looked carefully again, there was another scene before his eyes. What Zhang Xiaohua saw was actually not the scene in his divine sense just now. In front of his eyes was no longer the Ma Mansion's inner hall where he was just a moment ago, but a snowy plain. A gust of piercing cold air attacked, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but shiver. This was a phenomenon that he had never encountered since he came out of the Guizhuang house. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and stepped forward. Along the way, he left a string of footprints. But after walking for a long time, the entire frozen plain did not have any movement. Even a tree, a bird, or a mouse could not be seen. He could only see the endless snow and a long string of footprints behind him. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to understand that this was an illusion, an absolute illusion. He was clearly in a small inner hall. How could he walk so far? Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to explore. Sure enough, he was still standing at the original position and did not move much. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and continued to move forward, but did not withdraw his divine sense. This time was different. After a few steps, he walked to the edge of the light curtain. Although the light curtain was faint, his divine sense could not penetrate it, and his eyes could not see this light curtain. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua could not see the situation outside. However, since there was no killing intent in this light curtain, Zhang Xiaohua did not have a good way to break this light curtain. And he did not even use his divine sense to look at Qin Shiyue and Ning Fei. He also did not intend to help them. Even if they were captured by the Righteous Alliance, he was only their prisoner. The enemy of his enemy was his ally. Presumably, Ma Rulong and Qiu Shidao would not do anything to him. Thinking about it, it was better to stay still. Who didn't know how to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight? Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. However, he did not know that his few unintentional steps made the auspicious three treasures, who were in charge of the formation, break out in a cold sweat. Since they got this three-talent flag formation, all the people who were trapped were like Zhang Xiaohua. At the beginning, they would just walk around in a small area and would not walk in a straight line. However, Zhang Xiaohua walked to the edge of the light curtain in a few steps. This was something that they had never encountered before. How could they not be shocked? Fortunately, when this young man reached the light curtain, he did not do anything. Instead, he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest. It was really puzzling. However, whether it was puzzling or not, the auspicious three treasures did not have the time to waste on a servant. They did their best to maintain the formation and deal with Qin Shiyue's counterattack. Speaking of which, the illusion of this three-talent flag formation was also very strange. The appearance was born from the heart. The reason why Zhang Xiaohua could see the snow-covered plains seemed to be related to some little secret in the bottom of his heart. As for Ning Fei, just like Zhang Xiaohua, when he heard Qin Shiyue shout, three-talent flag formation. When he heard Qin Shiyue's shout, he was also very surprised. He couldn't figure out the meaning behind Qin Shiyue's shout. He felt that even if the three of them joined hands, they might not be able to defeat him and Qin Shiyue. However, he didn't have a divine sense and couldn't see the light curtain close. When Qin Shiyue's shout fell, his eyes turned black. Unexpectedly, the scene of a moonlit night appeared in front of him. An assassin with a black cloth covering his face and wearing night clothes was holding an inch-long dagger. Wasn't this the scene of him being chased in the past? Although many years had passed, this scene still left an indelible impression in his heart. He didn't have time to think and immediately got up to run. If one watched from outside the light curtain, they would see Ning Fei running non-stop in the same place. From time to time, he would look back in horror. In the end, he stood there and punched and kicked in all directions. It was very funny. However, not to mention that the people inside the formation couldn't see, even the people outside the formation didn't pay any attention to Ning Fei. The auspicious three treasures, Ma Rulong and Qiu Shidao were all looking at Qin Shiyue in the formation. What Qin Shiyue saw was different from the two of them. At this moment, he felt that he was in a vast mountain forest. A few tiger roars came from not far away, causing him to frown. This scene was too familiar. It was the place where he encountered danger when he was young. He knew that not long after, a huge tiger would descend from the sky and take him away. Then, his adoptive father would kill the tiger and save him. However, presumably, his adoptive father wouldn't appear in this mountain forest and he would be taken away by the tiger. Sure enough, after a tiger roar and a gust of wind, a white tiger with slanted eyes appeared. Seeing Qin Shiyue, the tiger pounced on him. At this moment, Qin Shiyue didn't panic. He slightly leaned forward and his body fell into the tiger's belly. With a shake of his hand, he pulled out the soft sword from his waist and slashed at the tiger. The tiger let out a miserable howl that shook the mountain. Its stomach was filled with internal organs and blood. Qin Shiyue held the soft sword in his hand and vigilantly observed his surroundings. He secretly pondered. This three-talent flag gate formation was something he learned from his master by chance. He only listened to it as a story. If it weren't for the 3 orange flags being too eye-catching, how could he find this from his dusty memories? Therefore, Qin Shiyue held the soft sword and walked forward while thinking about how to break this flag gate formation. Chapter 262. However, no matter how hard Qin Shiyue racked his brain, he could not think of a way to break the 3-talent flag gate formation. He was just listening to a story and was curious. Why would he care about breaking it? Moreover, it seemed that in his mind, he did not have any impression of breaking it. Perhaps his master might not be able to break it. Slowly walking to a high place in the forest, Qin Shiyue looked into the distance. Looking at the continuous mountains, he could not help but praise, this formation is just like the legend. The illusion inside is so real. But if it is fake, what is at the end of the mountain? It seems that I have never been to the other side of the mountain before. Why don't I go and take a look? Maybe there will be some clues. Thinking about it, Qin Shiyue put away his soft sword and stretched his body. Using his peerless Qin Gong, he ran straight to the end of the mountain. Qin Shiyue studied under the Garuda, heavenly king of the dragon god sect. What was this Garuda? The Garuda recorded in the Dharma Sutra was a kind of big bird. Its wings had all kinds of solemn colors. There was a big lump on its head, which was a rui pearl. This Garuda was a golden-winged great peng bird. It ate 1 dragon and 500 small dragons every day. When it died, the dragons vomited poison and could no longer eat it. So it flew up and down 7 times, flying to the top of the Jin Gang Wheel Mountain and died. Because it ate dragons as food all its life, there was a lot of poison accumulated in its body. When it was about to die, the poison was released. After its flesh was burned, only its heart was left, which was pure green glaze. Garuda Heavenly King was known for his Qin Gong in the 8th Division Heavenly Dragon. Naturally, Qin Shiyue's Qin Gong was also very good. Otherwise, even with Zhang Xiaohua's Qin Gong, she did not have any advantage over Qin Shiyue. When he used all his strength in the illusion, he flew through the endless forest like a gust of wind. But just as he was flying happily, a ripple appeared in the scene in front of him. All the scenes overlapped, and there was a gap. It allowed him to see the auspicious 3 treasures in the inner hall, whose faces were covered in sweat and looking at him in horror. But it was only a moment, and it was immediately replaced by the original scene. He immediately fell back to his original position. A few tiger roars sounded from afar. Ha ha ha! Qin Shiyue laughed loudly. He had found a way to break the 3-talent flag array. At this time, he didn't care about killing the tiger anymore. Instead, he pulled out his soft sword. His figure flashed, and in an instant, he ran straight into the distance. Outside the formation, one of the auspicious 3 treasures said to someone in horror, "Big brother, it's not good. The formation bead in my hand seems to have no energy left." If Zhang Xiaohua was beside me, she would naturally be able to see it with her spiritual sense. The heaven and earth yuan qi in the jade stone was gradually drying up. The yuan qi that was transmitted to the small flag on the ground was already extremely thin. The light on the small orange flag was also gradually fading. It must be said that although this 3-talent flag array was an extremely ordinary formation in the immortal Tao, if it was used to trap a martial artist, he would not be able to easily escape. Even if the auspicious 3 treasures didn't have any yuan qi, and only relied on the yuan qi in the yuan qi stone, and couldn't activate the flag array's attack, but just this simple defense and simple illusion was already an invincible existence in the era when the immortal Tao was destroyed. At least, before the Righteous Alliance used this flag array, they had never failed. But after all, this was an external object. The yuan qi in the yuan qi stone would dry up one day. Coincidentally, Today was the day when the yuan qi in one of the yuan qi stones was used up. Otherwise, even if the real Garuda Heavenly King came, his Qin Gong might not be able to make the flag array reveal a flaw so easily. Inside the flag array, Qin Shiyue kept running forward. The scenes in front of him kept overlapping and breaking. The scenes in the inner hall also kept appearing in front of him. Moreover, the time was getting longer and longer. Even Ying Fei stopped running away and stopped in shock. He raised his head and looked at the world that was flickering. After a while, he heard one of the auspicious three treasures call out, "Big brother." Before he could finish his words, the jade stone in his hands suddenly turned into powder and scattered on the ground. The small flag on the ground also suddenly lit up and immediately returned to its simple and unadorned appearance. Although the other two flags were still emitting a faint light, the light screen was no longer complete. 30% of it had already disappeared. The illusion in the formation could no longer appear. Zhang Xiaohua, who was meditating, sensed the change in the yuan qi and unconsciously opened her eyes. At this moment, the eyes of Qin Shiyue and Ying Fei in the flag array lit up. Qin Shiyue was already using his peerless Qin Gong. At this moment, he just changed his direction and rushed towards one of the auspicious three treasures. And, let's call him Air Bao for now. The jade stone in Air Bao's hand turned into powder, but he did not have this kind of experience. He was still making hand seals and did not loosen his grip. The power of the seal did not disappear. In fact, the seal used by the auspicious three treasures was not the seal used by the three talents flag array. After the celestial Tao was destroyed, someone improved the seal so that martial artists could use the yuan qi to control the array. When they could not extract the yuan qi from the yuan qi of heaven and earth, they naturally turned to absorbing the yuan qi of the caster. How could Air Bao's body have the vital qi formed by the yuan qi of heaven and earth? With such a forceful extraction, in an instant, his meridians were severely damaged. It was as if his vital qi had backfired, and a stream of blood flowed out from his 7 orifices. At this moment, Qin Shiyue and his soft sword were already in front of him. Poor Air Bao. His limbs were weak, and he could not move at all. Right in front of Zhang Xiaohua, Qin Shiyue waved his soft sword, and Air Bao's funny head flew up into the sky. Blood splattered on the ground, and Air Bao's short and fat body fell to the ground with a thud, and his blood splattered 3 feet away. Such a bloody scene scared Zhang Xiaohua so much that she closed her eyes. Although Zhang Xiaohua was already an experienced killer, he was very gentle when it came to killing people. He killed them all with one strike, and there was only a little red on the throat. It was also the first time he saw such a violent killer. However, immediately, he opened his eyes and walked out of the circle of light. He looked at the headless corpse from afar and sighed, "It's so good to be alive." When the other two saw Qin Shiyue kill their brother, they could not help but be terrified. They stopped the spell and threw the jade stone on the ground. They stretched out their hands and drew their swords from their waists. With a shout, they rushed forward. Although the auspicious three treasures without the flag gate formation were powerful, they were not what Qin Shiyue and Ying Fei were afraid of. The two of them each found one and instantly fought with each other. Originally, the auspicious three treasures were quite famous in the Jianghu. Their martial arts were not much worse than Qin Shiyue's. At least, they were better than Ying Fei. Ying Fei originally braced himself to fight, but after this fight, Ying Fei was happy. He did not know how many treasures the person in front of him had, but his inner strength was almost the same as his. The strength of the sword was also not very strong. Although Ying Fei did not understand, at least his life was saved. As long as he delayed this treasure, he could naturally escape after Qin Shiyue killed that treasure. Poor auspicious three treasures. The martial arts of the three of them were not much worse than Qin Shiyue's. When the three of them joined forces, they were stronger than Qin Shiyue, Ying Fei, and Zhang Xiaohua. However, they were afraid that something would happen to their brother. Since they could kill the enemy without any effort, why should they kill each other? Therefore, they took out their trump card and used the most powerful formation to trap them to death. However, this formation, which had been tested every time, was at the point of exhaustion. That was why there was a mistake and they lost one of their brothers. And they were in charge of the formation. Although they only guided the primordial chi from the primordial stone to the small flag, this also consumed their own inner strength. Therefore, the consumption of the auspicious three treasures' inner strength was much more than that of Qin Shiyue and Ning Fei. Sometimes, thinking about it, it was not necessarily good to hide one's strength. However, it was also not good to reveal one's trump card all of a sudden. Qin Shiyue's martial arts cultivation was higher than Ning Fei's. Naturally, she immediately figured out the bottom line of these three treasures. After more than 10 moves, Qin Shiyue found an opportunity. She also waved her soft sword. This treasure's big head also flew into the sky. His death was actually the same as the previous one. Zhang Xiaohua watched from afar. She curled the corner of her mouth and secretly said, "Barbaric." At this time, 2 of the auspicious 3 treasures were dead. The remaining one was also desperate. He desperately pestered Ing Fei to perish together with him. Ing Fei knew what he was thinking. He wanted to drag one of them down with him before he died. How could he let him do as he wished? He only thought that he was wandering around and didn't really hit him. Seeing this, Qin Shiyue jumped up and wanted to fly out of the inner hall. Her figure swept past the back of the last treasure. She didn't even look at it. She just waved her soft sword. Another burst of blood rushed into the air. The smile on Qin Shiyue's face became wider. She instantly rushed out of the inner hall. Now in the inner hall of Ma Mansion, 3 heads rolled down. 3 headless corpses were scattered. Blood was scattered all over the marble floor. The smell of blood was overwhelming. Seeing that his lord rushed out, Ing Fei also wanted to catch up. Just as he raised his foot, he stopped. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua in the distance and walked to the place where the small flags were inserted. He used his internal force to pull out the 3 small flags one by one and put them in his arms. Then, he picked up the remaining 2 jades from the pool of blood on the ground and slowly walked out of the inner hall. Zhang Xiaohua really didn't want to be with them, but this inner hall was no longer a place for people to stay. As long as he was far away from the corpses, he walked to the door. When he passed by the chair where Qin Shiyue sat just now, there were still a few old jades on the table next to it. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dislike them. He casually took them and put them in his arms. Then, he stepped on the blood and walked out of the inner hall. Outside, the sun was shining. It was the auspicious time for Ma Rulong's birthday. But Zhang Xiaohua's heart was cold. These few moments in the inner hall were like a lifetime ago. The danger in Jianghu was obvious. If Qin Shiyue and Ing Fei couldn't rush out of the flag gate formation, would her life be left here? Jianghu didn't believe in tears. Jianghu also didn't believe in hypotheses. No one could say for sure what didn't happen. Maybe Ma Rulong would let him go because he was innocent. Maybe Qiu Shidao was afraid that he would leak the news and kill him. These were all hypotheses. No one knew. However, when Zhang Xiaohua stepped into the hall, she knew what cruelty was. Chapter 263. When Zhang Xiaohua came out of the inner hall, she was only half an hour behind Qin Shiyue. In this short period of time, the reception hall had already turned into an Azura hell. Qin Shiyue's kung fu was excellent. He was like a wolf in a flock of sheep. His soft sword kept reaping the lives of the people who fled in panic in the hall. When Zhang Xiaohua walked into the hall, she could not help but be shocked and angry. She was shocked because Qin Shiyue's killing intent was very strong. He only used one way to kill people like Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua killed people with a gentle sword, leaving a red mark on her throat. Qin Shiyue also used one sword, but this sword cut off people's heads. Weapons like swords were usually unsheathed at the tip and used to stab the enemy. Although the 2 sides of swords were also unsheathed, swords were not padeos. They were rarely used to cut people. Seeing that Qin Shiyue was very skillful in cutting people's heads with his soft sword, presumably the soft sword was also specially treated. What made Zhang Xiaohua angry was that Qin Shiyue did not really kill innocent people there. Instead, Ma Rulong and Qiu Shidao knew that their lightness skill was not as good as Qin Shiyue's, so they just went to the place where there were many people in the hall, hoping that the guests who came to celebrate the birthday could block for them for a while. Among these guests, those who were smart and had good kung fu had already stayed far away, leaving only those who had not figured out the situation, or those who had low kung fu, or even no kung fu. They were in a mess, blocking in front of Qin Shiyue, forcing Qin Shiyue to kill heavily. On the other side of the hall, there was also a group of people who were holding swords and other weapons and were together with Ying Fei. They must be the servants of Ma Mansion or Ma Rulong's friends. They saw that Qin Shiyue's kung fu was excellent, so they did not dare to come close, so they had to find Ying Fei, a soft persimmon. Although Ying Fei was not as good as Qin Shiyue, his kung fu was also first class. Under the siege of the crowd, he did not fall behind and even took the opportunity to injure a few people. Zhang Xiaohua could not bear to see the hall full of blood. She thought to herself, Qin Shiyue can just use her qin gong to go over. Presumably, these guests may not be able to withstand it. Why do you have to kill so many people? Just as she was thinking, a lean merchant who had just run past Qin Shiyue suddenly took out a dagger from his bosom and stabbed it into Qin Shiyue's back. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. This merchant's acting was too good. When she looked at him just now, that person also had a face full of panic and seemed to be running in all directions. How did he become a member of the Ma Manor? Seeing that the dagger was about to stab into Qin Shiyue's back, Zhang Xiaohua was actually looking forward to it. However, Qin Shiyue seemed to have a pair of eyes on the back of her head. She raised her left foot and kicked the man's wrist. Then she swung her soft sword back and the man's head was separated from his body in an instant. Then, Qin Shiyue rushed forward without looking at him and chased after Ma Rulong. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood why Qin Shiyue did not use her qin gong to pass over the crowd. If Qin Shiyue encountered such a sneak attack in midair, she would inevitably be in a passive position because she could not use her body to support herself. If it was a sneak attack by one person, she might be able to avoid it. If it was 2 or 3 people, she would probably be injured. She was still inexperienced. When Zhang Xiaohua walked into the hall, he was immediately seen by the servants of the Ma Manor. However, Zhang Xiaohua was obviously a manservant and was also young. Even though several people were eager to try to take over from Ying Fei, they saw that Zhang Xiaohua just stood at the door and did not move forward. They thought that he did not know martial arts, so they concentrated on killing Ying Fei. On the other side of the hall was a corridor. When Ma Rulong and Qiu Shidao arrived at the corridor, they looked back and disappeared in a flash. Qin Shiyue was furious. At this time, she did not care whether the people in front of her were the servants of the Ma Manor or innocent merchants. She just took her soft sword and slashed randomly. When the people in front of her were a little sparse, she immediately used her peerless qin gong and rushed toward the corridor. However, just as his figure entered the corridor, a glittering cold light quickly shot toward Qin Shiyue's throat. Qin Shiyue's momentum was very fast, and the cold light was also very fast. The timing was extremely good. By the time Qin Shiyue saw it, it was already right in front of his eyes. Faster than words could say, Qin Shiyue took a deep breath and reversed the flow of his internal energy. While his figure was still in midair, he forcefully moved to the side by an inch. His body also twisted in a direction. The cold light pierced past Qin Shiyue's throat. It was a long sword flickering with cold light. The one holding the sword was Qiu Shidao, who had just escaped into the corridor. Qiu Shidao had guessed Qin Shiyue's thoughts. He knew that Qin Shiyue thought that he had escaped in a panic, so he deliberately hid himself here, hoping to hit him. Unfortunately, the timing and angle were excellent. Qin Shiyue relied on his excellent qin gong to avoid the killing blow. When Qiu Shidao saw that his sneak attack failed, he immediately changed his move. With a flick of his wrist, the sword cut toward Qin Shiyue's throat horizontally. This was the move that Qin Shiyue was good at. Qin Shiyue's back was also covered with cold sweat because he just avoided the sneak attack. He was more vigilant in his heart. This sudden change of move was not in his heart. He slightly turned an iron plate bridge and avoided the sword. His body bent down and his left foot kicked toward Qiu Shidao. When Qiu Shidao saw that his killing move had failed one after another, he secretly felt that it was a pity. When he saw Qin Shiyue raise his foot to kick, he also jumped up and slightly dodged. Then, he stabbed his sword toward Qin Shiyue's place. Qin Shiyue raised his sword to meet the attack. The two of them fought. Although Qiu Shidao was from a famous sect, he was still young and lacked fighting experience. The two of them fought for a short time before Qiu Shidao couldn't resist anymore. He was surrounded by danger and was almost hit by Qin Shiyue's sword several times. Qiu Shidao's face couldn't help but turn pale. He thought for a moment and said, "Lord Qin, let's talk things over. I know that you came to the Ma family today to find some ancient jade artifacts. Ma Rulong has already collected some. However, in order to show his sincerity to our righteous Dao Union, he has already given these jade artifacts to me. I haven't had the time to send them back. If you stop fighting now, I will tell you where these jade artifacts are stored so that you can go back and give an explanation. What do you think?" When Qin Shiyue heard this, he seemed to be moved. He slightly relaxed his attack and asked in a low voice, "If you give me the jade artifacts, how will you explain it to the sect? Moreover, I killed the auspicious 3 treasures. Don't you plan to take revenge?" Qiu Shidao said, "I haven't had the time to return these jade artifacts. The sect doesn't know. The auspicious 3 treasures were originally sent to monitor me. They were not sent by my master. They also know about the jade artifacts. Isn't it good that you killed them? I can't even protect my own life. How can I have the heart to take revenge for them?" When Qin Shiyue heard this, he nodded. The software in his hands stopped. He opened his mouth and wanted to speak. When Qiu Shidao saw this, he was very happy. He also put away his sword. When he saw Qin Shiyue open his mouth, he knew that he wanted to know where the jade artifacts were hidden. He smiled and said, "Lord Qin." However, when the words, "Lord Qin," just came out of his mouth, the software in Qin Shiyue's hands suddenly wrapped around Qiu Shidao's neck like a poisonous snake. Qiu Shidao's face immediately turned pale. He trembled and said, "Lord Qin, didn't we agree just now? Why are you going back on your words?" Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "When did I promise you? I just asked you a question." Qiu Shidao was shocked and said, "You can't kill me. If you kill me, no one will know the whereabouts of the jade artifacts. Also, whether I am Nan Fengyun or not, if you kill me, my master will definitely kill you. Why don't you put down your sword and we go our separate ways? What do you think?" Qin Shiyue seemed to have heard a big joke. He grinned and said, "What kind of place is Xinji Town? How can there be good jade artifacts? I can't even see it, let alone our sect leader. If you want to threaten me with this jade artifact, you are really wrong. Also, your master, Nan Fengyun, do you think he can catch up with me?" Qiu Shidao's face was pale. He shouted, "Lord Qin, everything can be discussed. I also know a big secret of Xinji Town. I can also tell you anything about the Righteous Alliance. By the way, my family is rich. I can give you a lot of silver." However, before he could finish, Qin Shiyue's eyes flashed with cold light. He smiled and exerted some strength in his hand. Qiu Shidao's handsome head flew up to the sky. His eyes that were gradually losing their light were still flashing with an inconceivable expression. He died with his eyes wide open. Looking at Qiu Shidao's body that was gradually softening, Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "What does the secret of Xinji Town have to do with me? Do you know more about the Righteous Alliance than I do? Silver, what use do I have for it?" As he said, he raised his head and looked at the far end of the corridor where Ma Rulong had just disappeared. In fact, when Qiu Shidao appeared to sneak attack, Ma Rulong no longer cared about his own body and rushed to the end of the corridor. Although Qin Shiyue knew that he wanted to escape, he didn't care about him. After killing Qiu Shidao, with Qin Shiyue's Qin Gong, he could catch several Ma Rulong back. However, when Qin Shiyue rushed to the end of the corridor, there was also an exquisite small courtyard. There was a stone path in the middle that led to the backyard and the garden. Qin Shiyue flew to a high place and looked carefully, but he didn't find any trace of Ma Rulong. Qin Shiyue frowned and thought to himself, this old fox ran away quickly. Then, Qin Shiyue didn't search carefully and turned back to the hall. At this time, in the hall, except for the servants of the Ma family who were still desperately besieging Ying Fei, the other guests had disappeared except for those who were lying on the ground and couldn't move. Qin Shiyue looked at Zhang Xiaohua who was standing quietly by the door and didn't say anything. He walked steadily to Ying Fei. There were already a few brave servants who had abandoned Ying Fei and chopped at his head with their padao. However, how could they withstand a single move from Qin Shiyue? In just a few moves, their heads were chopped off by Qin Shiyue. When the remaining servants saw that the situation was not good, they hurriedly scattered and fled for their lives. How could Ying Fei let them go? He chased and killed a few of them. Qin Shiyue was even more straightforward. She chased after them and beheaded them. Unexpectedly, many of them were killed by the two of them. Only a few people safely escaped the hall. Chapter 264. Qin Shiyue looked around at the tragedy in the hall and was very satisfied. Only then did she use her qinggong to rush out of the hall. When she passed by Zhang Xiaohua, she whispered, "Follow us." Zhang Xiaohua glanced at her and didn't answer. She used her qinggong and followed behind them unhurriedly. After leaving the hall, Qin Shiyue looked around and then flew to the other side of the hall. There was a round moon gate on this side. There was a small path leading inside. Presumably, it was the inner residence. Not long after the three of them entered, they saw several servants and maids running away in panic. When they saw Qin Shiyue, they were so scared that their faces turned ashen. Qin Shiyue didn't hesitate and shouted, "Stop, or I will kill all of you." In an instant, everyone stood in place and trembled. They didn't dare to move. Qin Shiyue walked to the nearest servant and asked, "Ma Rulong just ran away. Do you know where he ran to?" That servant was like a sieve. His teeth were chattering. How could he say it? When Qin Shiyue saw this, she reached out with lightning speed and grabbed his throat. With a little force, a "kacha" sound was heard. A stream of blood flowed out of the servant's mouth and he fell to the ground. Then, Qin Shiyue walked to a servant a little further away. When the servant saw Qin Shiyue walk over, his face turned pale. Before he got close, he smelled a foul smell. The servant was so scared that he lost control of his bladder. Qin Shiyue frowned and turned to another servant. The servant who lost control of his bladder had a burst of joy on his face. Just as he put on a smile, a cold light flashed and the servant's head flew to the sky. The smile was frozen on his face forever. Seeing Qin Shiyue's action, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but frown. She didn't agree, but she was also someone else's dish. How could she have the right to speak? Seeing the murderous demon king rushing towards him, the servant's hands and feet trembled uncontrollably and his face turned scarlet. Qin Shiyue was very satisfied with her deterrence and said while walking, "Do you know? If you know, then tell me. If you don't, then everyone in this courtyard will die." The servant opened his mouth, but no words came out. His eyes turned white and bulged out like a goldfish. He could only exhale, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't inhale. The servant grabbed his throat and twitched weakly. Then, he softly fell to the ground. He was scared to death by Qin Shiyue. Qin Shiyue didn't have any expression on her face. She looked around and walked towards a servant girl. At this time, a servant girl in the small pavilion next to them trembled and said, "Sir, I roughly know where Master Ma went. However, if I bring you there, will you spare us? We are just servants of the Ma mansion." When Qin Shiyue heard this, she was slightly surprised. She looked at this thin and ordinary-looking girl and smiled. Of course. The girl trembled as she walked out and said, "Sir, I'll take you there. Can you let them go? They really don't know anything." Looking at this brave girl, Qin Shiyue waved her hand and said, "Take me there." The girl looked at the servants and servant girls around her who were already ashen-faced. She gritted her teeth and walked towards the inner residence. Qin Shiyue said in surprise, "Girl." Marulong ran out from the corridor on the other side of the hall. The girl shook her teeth and forced a smile. She said, "I know. Sir, there is a path from here. If we go through the front hall, it will be a long detour." Qin Shiyue said, "Oh." She didn't say anything else. She knew this girl must know. Sure enough, after walking for a while, they came to another pond. At the end of the pond was a winding corridor. The girl pointed at a rockery in the pond and said, "Sir, it's that rockery." One night, this servant woke up at night and saw Master Ma come out from there by the moonlight. Qin Shiyue looked at the rockery and then looked at the girl. She smiled and said, "Are you sure?" The girl said, "I'm sure. Although it's night, the moonlight is very bright. If I can't even recognize my own master, how can I?" Qin Shiyue signaled to Ying Fei. Ying Fei used her lightness skill and flew over the pond. She directly flew to the rockery to check. Qin Shiyue looked at the girl and said with a smile, "You're not afraid of me?" The girl said, "I'm afraid." "Then why did you bring us here? If I didn't bring you here, wouldn't we all be killed by you?" Qin Shiyue nodded and said, "Aren't you afraid that I'll go back on my word?" The girl's face instantly turned pale. She bit her lips and didn't dare to speak. At this time, Ying Fei shouted from the rockery, "Sir, there is a mechanism here." Qin Shiyue rolled her eyes and said, "Okay, you can go." The girl didn't move. Qin Shiyue frowned and said, "I told you to go. Why don't you go?" The girl said, "Sir, you go first. I'll go after you." Qin Shiyue laughed, turned around, and then waved her hand. When the girl saw Qin Shiyue waving her hand, she was so scared that she closed her eyes. Zhang Xiaohua's heart also thumped. Unexpectedly, Qin Shiyue waved her hand and shouted, "Ren Xiaoyao, come with me." Zhang Xiaohua sighed and jumped in front. There was some joy in her voice. Qin Shiyue didn't understand. She turned her head and looked at Zhang Xiaohua in surprise. She muttered, "Looking at your mood, it's quite good." The two of them used their lightness skill. When they reached the rockery, the girl turned around and ran away. Qin Shiyue looked back and twirled her short beard with 2 fingers. She was thinking. Under the rockery, there was a dark cave entrance. There were stairs leading down. Ying Fei was a little hesitant and said, "Sir, is this a trap?" Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "Even if it's a trap, you don't dare to enter it." Ying Fei smiled apologetically and said, "Following sir, I dare to climb a mountain of swords and go into a sea of fire." Qin Shiyue said, "Don't flatter me. Lead the way." Ying Fei looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Sir, I think it's better to let this boy lead the way. Go down quickly." "What are you talking about? If he can lead the way, why would I bring them so far?" "Yes, yes." Ying Fei didn't dare to refute. He led the way down the stairs. The secret passage under the rockery was narrow and short. Not only Qin Shiyue and Ying Fei, but even Zhang Xiaohua had to bend down. Moreover, the secret passage was dark and damp. From time to time, there would be water dripping down. They must be walking under the pond. Ying Fei was in front. He held a torch in one hand and a sword in the other. He was very careful. After a long time, the secret passage gradually became wider and drier. They didn't see any traps. After a while, the secret passage went up. They must have reached the end. The 3 of them relaxed. Not long after, a half-closed door appeared in front of them. Light shone in from outside. Ing Fei put away the torch and said with a smile, "Sir, that Ma Rulong left in such a hurry that he didn't even close the door properly." After that, he pushed the door and was about to go out. At this moment, 3 arrows were shot from outside the door. The target was Ing Fei, who was pushing the door open. Ing Fei was pushing the door open. He didn't expect that there would be traps on the half-closed door. It was too late to dodge. The arrows were shot by traps. They were very powerful. They were aimed at Ing Fei's upper and lower body. If they hit the target, Ing Fei's life would be in danger. In the blink of an eye, Qin Shiyue kicked Ing Fei's waist and sent him flying away, just in time to avoid the arrows flying from the top and the bottom. But the arrow in the middle couldn't be dodged. It hit Ing Fei's left arm. With a poochie sound, it penetrated his arm. Ouch! Ing Fei couldn't bear the pain and cried out. The remaining 2 arrows flew past Ing Fei and shot towards Qin Shiyue. Qin Shiyue had just kicked Ing Fei away. She wasn't stable yet. She took out the soft sword from her waist and swung it at the arrow in the middle. With a keng sound, the soft sword hit the arrow. It was actually an iron arrow. The arrow changed its direction. With a poochie sound, it shot deep into the secret passage. The arrow in the middle flew past Qin Shiyue and shot straight towards Zhang Xiaohua. At this time, Qin Shiyue wanted to stop it, but it was too late. With another poochie sound, the iron arrow shot into the secret passage again. When Qin Shiyue looked back, she saw Zhang Xiaohua standing aside calmly and motionlessly. Qin Shiyue thought that Zhang Xiaohua was scared. She ignored him and walked quickly towards Ing Fei. In fact, he didn't know that when he stepped into the secret passage, Zhang Xiaohua had released his divine sense. Although it was dark, he knew what was going on in front of him. Even at the moment when the iron arrow was shot, Zhang Xiaohua already knew that the iron arrow in the dark was a great threat to Qin Shiyue and Ing Fei. But after all, it was flying in the range of Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense. At this time, the beauty of divine sense was revealed. Zhang Xiaohua had already known the trajectory of the iron arrow. When the 3rd iron arrow was close to him, he slightly used ethereal steps and let the iron arrow shoot past his leg. His performance was as steady as Mount Tai, which scared Qin Shiyue. On the other side, Ing Fei was already sitting on the ground in pain. Qin Shiyue looked at his arm. The place where the iron arrow went through was already bleeding. The arrow was poisonous. Qin Shiyue frowned and kicked the door open. This time, there was no poisonous arrow. Qin Shiyue shouted, "Ren Xiaoyao, helping Fei out." Zhang Xiaohua responded and went forward. He helped Ing Fei up from the ground and dragged him out. Qin Shiyue took out a small porcelain bottle from his arms and poured out a scarlet pill. He said, "Ing Fei, the poison on the arrow is very strong. Take this poison-repelling pill first." Ing Fei's pale face forced a smile and said, "Thank you for giving me this pill. With this pill, I think my life can be saved." After that, he took the poison-repelling pill and put it into his mouth. When Zhang Xiaohua heard the poison-repelling pill, his heart moved. Was this some kind of pill? He couldn't help but take a closer look. He used his divine sense to scan it. It seemed that there was no yuan qi in it. Just as he was about to take a closer look, Ing Fei had already swallowed it. The poison-repelling pill was really powerful. After Ing Fei took it for a while, the wound on his arm began to bleed. At this time, Qin Shiyue stretched out his finger and pressed on the acupuncture points on Ing Fei's arm a few times to stop the bleeding. Ing Fei said with difficulty, "Master, we have been delayed for a long time. I think old Ma has already gone far away. What do you think? Please vote for me. Thank you." Chapter 266. Qin Shiyue raised his head and looked around. This was a small closed courtyard. It seemed that no one lived here and no one cleaned it. A line of wet footprints was heading towards a well in the corner of the courtyard. Qin Shiyue quickly walked over and looked around. He asked, "Ing Fei, you can't move with your injuries. Stay here first. I'll go and have a look. Then, he was about to jump down. He looked back at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Boy, come with me." Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to go to the well. He looked down and found that it was a dry well. Qin Shiyue warned Zhang Xiaohua, "Ren Xiaoyao, don't have any bad ideas. Your martial arts are not worth mentioning in front of me. I can cut off your head at any time." Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Qin Shiyue pulled out his soft sword and jumped down the dry well. When he dodged, Zhang Xiaohua also jumped down. There was a secret passage at the bottom of the well, but this secret passage was obviously more spacious than the previous one. It was also clean. Qin Shiyue walked in front with a fire and a soft sword. Zhang Xiaohua followed him closely. He had already released his spiritual awareness and scanned from a distance. However, this secret passage was the same as the previous one. There was no mechanism at all. After walking for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua was a little impatient. This secret passage seemed to have no end. Just as he was thinking, his spiritual awareness suddenly felt the exit. When he looked up, there was finally light in front of him. The exit of this secret passage was not blocked by a door. Zhang Xiaohua scanned it with his spiritual awareness and found nothing unusual. Qin Shiyue carefully observed for a long time before he walked out. The exit of the secret passage was at the foot of a small mountain. The exit was blocked by waist-high grass. It was impossible to find it without looking carefully. In front of the exit was a dense forest. In the distance of the dense forest was also a mountain. Qin Shiyue first looked carefully in front of the exit, then closed his eyes and frowned. He did not know what to do. Suddenly, his brows relaxed and he said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Follow me. If you can follow me, I won't seal your acupoints at night." Zhang Xiaohua's face lit up, and she quickly nodded. The taste of being tortured to extort a confession was really not good. When Qin Shiyue saw this, she didn't say anything. She used her qing gong to jump up a big tree. Then, she started to chase in the direction of the big mountain. Zhang Xiaohua also quickly flashed to catch up with her. Her left hand also quietly took out a small primeval stone from her bosom. She walked while absorbing it to replenish her real qi. That Qin Shiyue's qing gong was really high. In the blink of an eye, she was already far away. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. She used all her strength and true qi to barely keep up and not be left too far behind. Running all the way, if not for the fact that Zhang Xiaohua felt that she had been locked on by Qin Shiyue from time to time, she almost wanted to change direction. After chasing for a while, just as they were about to reach the foot of the mountain, a bean-sized shadow appeared in front of them. It was also leaping forward. Wasn't that Ma Rulong who had escaped? Looking at his speed, he was much slower than Zhang Xiaohua, not to mention Qin Shiyue. After running for so long, she still hadn't reached her destination. That shadow seemed to have noticed something. Looking back, he had already noticed Qin Shiyue's white hair. Unconsciously, his speed immediately increased a lot. However, not long after, he slowed down again. After all, Ma Rulong was a man who was almost 70 years old. Even if his internal strength was profound, after running for so long, his internal strength must be exhausted. When Qin Shiyue and Zhang Xiaohua caught up with Ma Rulong had just reached the foot of the mountain. This was a barren mountain forest. It was very far from the edge of the forest. It seemed that there were no traces of people. Ma Rulong stood in a place with some white fog. He seemed to be somewhat leisurely. Facing Qin Shiyue, he said, "Lord Qin, you have already killed Qiu Shidao and the auspicious 3 treasures of the Righteous Alliance. Why do you still care about this old man's dying life? Forgive others." Qin Shiyue looked around and then looked at the white fog behind Ma Rulong. She thought for a while and smiled, "Old Ma, if you didn't collude with Qiu Shidao to set up a trap in the inner hall, I might have let you go because of your previous contributions. I would have destroyed your martial arts and let you live a peaceful life. Presumably, when you set up the trap, you didn't think of your current ending. Zhang Xiaohua looked from afar and didn't go up. He had already seen the white fog behind Marulong. When he used his spiritual mind to scan it, he found that there was a fluctuation of primordial qi inside. If it was a normal white fog, it would have been blown away by the mountain wind and drifted in the air. However, this faint white fog could condense and not disperse. There must be something strange about it. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua remembered that when he was in the Misty School, he heard people whispering secretly. In the forbidden area of the Misty School, there was a white fog that could devour the disciples. Could it be that the white fog that couldn't be dispersed by the mountain wind was the same as the white fog in the Misty School? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua, who was not close to the white fog, stepped back a few more steps. Marulong looked at Qin Shiyue and heaved a long sigh. Man proposes, God disposes. Shi Dao and I have already arranged a trap. It's only because you arrived early and didn't complete it. Moreover, Shi Dao is still young. He actually had a conflict with you on the road, which made you suspicious. If I had a few more days, even 10 Lord Qins wouldn't be able to walk out of my Ma mansion. Qin Shiyue smiled and said, Old Ma, you overestimate yourself. Overestimate yourself? Where's Messenger Ing? Why didn't he catch up with you? Is he dead now? Ha ha ha, that poisonous arrow was originally given to you, but now Messenger Ing is enjoying it. It's just a poisonous arrow. It's not a problem for me. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. I don't want to say anything more. If it weren't for the problem of the 3 auspicious treasures, Lord Qin, you would probably still be trapped in the inner hall. When your internal force is exhausted, I will stab you with my sword. Can you dodge it? Qin Shiyue looked at Ma Rulong with a smile and didn't say anything. You know you can't dodge it, right? Maybe that's why you keep chasing me and want to take my life. Qin Shiyue shook her head and asked, the demonic sect treated you well. Why did you betray the demonic sect and join the righteous alliance? Alas. Ma Rulong smiled bitterly and said, treated me well. It's not just well. It's too mean. What kind of family is the Ma family? Although it's declining now, it won't be bullied by the demonic sect. Even Ing Fei, that kind of person, dares to show off in front of the Ma family. He is still considered good. The previous messengers all treated the Ma family as lambs to be slaughtered. Moreover, I, Ma Rulong, am old. It's fine if I work for the demonic sect, but why do my descendants need to be oppressed by you? My descendants also need to be famous in Jianghu. They also need to be righteous. Qin Shiyue frowned and said, being righteous and righteous doesn't conflict with working for the demonic sect. You don't understand, Lord Qin. People like you don't understand the thoughts of people like us. On one hand, we are righteous, but on the other hand, we are doing things that betray the righteous alliance. That kind of contradiction, that kind of hidden feeling, you will never understand. Moreover, the demonic sect doesn't know the value of the Ma family. You have never respected the Ma family. We can't get the status and glory we want from the demonic sect. Naturally, we have to find someone else to rely on. Value? Qin Shiyue suddenly remembered that the sect leader asked her to come to the Ma family and the evil tiger gang. There must be a deep meaning. You don't know, right? Even someone like Lord Qin doesn't know. Others won't respect the Ma family. Well, the sect leader specifically asked me to come to the Ma family. Qin Shiyue explained. Of course, the sect leader knows. But it's easy to see the king of hell, but difficult to deal with the little ghosts. The sect leader can't always pay attention to us. Sometimes, he is worried about us. How can the disciples of the Ma family show up? Qin Shiyue was interested. She said, what secrets does the Ma family have? Qiu Shidao said that he wanted to tell me a big secret. Could it be that you gave it away? Did he tell you? Ma Rulong was a bit nervous. No, I didn't wait for him to tell me. I killed him. Good job. If he didn't cause trouble, why would the Ma family be like this? He's your grandson-in-law. You, sigh, don't mention it. What grandson-in-law? It's just my granddaughter's wishful thinking. After marrying him, did he even look at my obedient granddaughter? However, she got what she wanted. This is her life. She can't blame anyone else. Then why? Qin Shiyue's gossipy soul was awakened. She asked again and again. Zhang Xiaohua, who was listening at the side, was also surprised. Why? Why should this old man tell you? Qin Shiyue was slightly surprised. They had been talking for a long time. Why did he stop at the most important part and wait for the next chapter? How boring. Looking at Qin Shiyue, Ma Rulong smiled and said, Lord Qin, this old man wants to negotiate with you. What do you think? Qiu Shidao negotiated with me, so I killed him. What do you have that's worth me not attacking? What secrets can he have? It's just the things I gave him. He thought that he hid it very well. In fact, it's not just me. Even the righteous Tao Alliance knows about it. Qin Shiyue pondered for a moment and said, tell me your conditions first. Ma Rulong was overjoyed. He said, this old man won't ask you to spare my life. I just want you to promise not to kill the Ma family disciples. It's that simple. If I go back on my word and go back to kill, won't you lose money? Who doesn't know that Lord Qin's words carry enormous weight? I'm not worried about this. Qin Shiyue thought for a moment and said, okay, I promise you. Tell me. Ma Rulong nodded and said, actually, from the beginning, my granddaughter was attracted to Qiu Shidao and wanted to marry him. But Qiu Shidao didn't want to marry my granddaughter at all. He even rejected the marriage proposal. If it wasn't for the fact that my dowry was so good that Zhang San of the Righteous Tao Alliance was moved and couldn't refuse, how could their alliance leader come out and force him to submit so obediently? Things. Even Zhang San was moved. The Righteous Tao Alliance is one of the super sects in Jianghu. They have abundant resources. What can they not have? The Ma family actually has things that even Zhang San couldn't refuse. Qin Shiyue couldn't help but be surprised. Chapter 267. Ma Rulong looked at Qin Shiyue's surprise with satisfaction and said slowly, you didn't expect it, right? Lord Qin, the Righteous Alliance actually covets my little Ma family's things. Even though they sent so many precious medicinal ingredients today, it's just to further improve our relationship and hope that I can return the favor. Guess what the Righteous Alliance wants? Qin Shiyue shook his head. Ma Rulong looked up at the changing clouds in the sky and said, white clouds change like dogs, the stars change. Life is so short, but the world changes so strangely. Oh right, Lord Qin, what do you think of the three-talent flag formation that the three auspicious treasures used in the inner hall? I heard you call out its name, so you must know its origin. Moreover, you also walked through that formation. What do you think? It's very powerful. If it wasn't for a sudden mistake, I probably wouldn't have been able to walk out of that inner hall today. Although the three-talent flag formation is powerful, if you want to set it up, just a person is not enough. You also need a formation stone. Formation stone. The jade stone in the three auspicious treasures' hands. Yes, Lord Qin is right. That jade stone is the foundation of the three-talent flag formation. If it wasn't for the formation stone, you also saw that the three flags were useless. If the formation stone in Air Bao's hands didn't run out of energy, you also wouldn't have been able to charge out. I understand. You gave the Righteous Alliance this formation stone, right? Yes, Lord Qin is right. However, this jade stone is not called a formation stone, but a divine stone. In ancient times, it was also called a primordial stone. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing in the distance, frowned. As expected, this was a primordial stone. So that's how it is. Qin Shiyue suddenly understood. However, he was puzzled. Although the divine stone was useful, if there was no formation, what was the use of it? Old Ma, while your divine stone is indeed precious, if they are to spare no effort to rope you in merely for the sake of the three-talent flag formation, this righteous alliance is truly too petty. Ha, Lord Qin, this old man thought you knew. Turns out you don't know anything. What do you mean? Let this old man ask you. Did your teacher tell you about this three-talent flag formation? Well, that's not it. It's something that martial uncles casually mentioned when they were chatting. Yes, I understand. How about this, I'll tell you some of the secrets of the Jianghu. I don't ask for anything in return, but the same old conditions. However, I'll ask you to swear that you'll never lay a hand on the disciples of the Ma family. What do you think? Old man Ma, you've really thought it through. With this oath, wouldn't I always have to avoid your Ma clan's disciples? Lord Qin, this is a misunderstanding. I wouldn't dare to do such a thing. I only hope that the bloodline of the Ma family can be preserved. How about this? I guarantee that from today onwards, if the Ma clan disciples don't take the initiative to offend me, I won't take the initiative to make a move against them as well. If they go against these words, then let the poison dragon corrode their bodies and die a horrible death. This oath was considered an extremely vicious one among the Garuda lineage. Marulong nodded in relief after hearing it. He said, actually, the use of the God's Stone is not limited to this tripartite flag array. It is the foundation of all arrays. Moreover, it is also, after saying this, Marulong thought for a moment and asked, Lord Qin, do you know where all the martial arts in this world come from? This? Qin Shiyue scratched her head and said, is the path of martial arts passed down from generation to generation? What other strange things can there be? Think about it, Lord Qin. You have a master who taught you. Then your master's master, and all the way up, who was the first person to teach you martial arts? This? Maybe it was a genius gifted by the heavens who had an epiphany. There are geniuses who have created their own unique skills. However, they all have other martial arts as a reference. How can they create their own unique path? There are no martial arts in this world, so how can they create their own unique skills? Qin Shiyue didn't say anything and listened quietly. Zhang Xiaohua in the distance also did the same. In fact, long before martial arts, there was the path of immortality, which is the path of cultivation. The stories of immortals now are all descriptions of the deeds of immortals in the past. Although they are a little exaggerated, they are all true. Immortal cultivators can split mountains and rivers, call the wind and summon the rain with their own strength. They can even live forever. They are really carefree. Live forever? Then why can't we see any immortals now? Qin Shiyue couldn't help but ask. Lord Qin, listen to me first. The cultivation of the path of immortality is different from that of martial arts. They pay attention to refining the chi of heaven and earth. The God's Stone, which used to be the primordial stone, is the foundation of their cultivation. It is even the silver they use. Then, Marulong, like an elder teaching a professor, talked about the rise and fall of the path of immortality, the changes before and after the immortal cultivation, and the evolution of Jianghu. Not only was Qin Shiyue intoxicated, but Zhang Xiaohua was also shocked. The path of immortality this old man was talking about, wasn't it her? No wonder the Carefree Heart Sutra that she cultivated was different from the internal strength cultivation method that her second brother had told her. Even the formation of internal strength was different. It turned out that it was a different cultivation method. Marulong continued, Lord Qin, don't think that the Heavenly Dao Union is a super sect in Jianghu. After all, it is not an ancient sect. Their foundation is not comparable to the incense cult, the Dalan Temple, or the Misty School. Our Ma family was only a small branch of an immortal cultivation sect in ancient times. Even so, the righteous Dao Union can't be compared to us. If not for this, how could I have attracted their hearts by taking out a few God's stones? Looking at Qin Shiyue's dumbfounded expression, Marulong's mouth was filled with ridicule as he said, Lord Sakura of the divine sect must know these secrets and have some understanding of our Ma family. That's why he favored us so much. However, you ordinary people have repeatedly bullied our Ma family and forced us to have no way out. I can't stand it. Qin Shiyue smiled helplessly and said, Old Ma, what's the use of saying this now? Ma Rulong nodded and said, yes, there's no turning back. It's useless to say more. In fact, the qi of heaven and earth has always been very thin after the immortal Tao was destroyed for thousands of years. However, in recent years, there have been signs of an increase. Do you know why Lord Sakura asked you to collect ancient jade articles? Qin Shiyue shook her head again and said angrily in her heart, this old man always keeps me in suspense. If you want to say it, just say it. Why do you keep asking me? I've been shaking my head more than I did in a year. My neck is sore. The immortal Tao's cultivation methods, formations, alchemy, refining weapons, and talismans are all recorded in a kind of jade article. They are called jade slips and can only be read by the immortal Tao's divine sense. There must be a lot of these in your divine sect. However, there are even more in Jianghu. Lord Sakura must have felt the change in the qi of heaven and earth and made a plan to deal with it. Oh right, there's another possibility. It's a magic weapon of the immortal Tao. Magic weapon? Qin Shiyue was stunned again and asked, is it the wooden fish that the Dalan Temple's monks knocked? Ma Rulong shook his head and said, the wooden fish is just a name borrowed by the bald man of the Dalan Temple. The immortal Tao's magic weapon is the same as our martial Tao's weapon. In fact, the martial Tao's sword, saber, and other weapons also evolved from the immortal Tao's magic weapon. However, the immortal Tao's magic weapon is very strange. Even the jade hairpin on the head can be a powerful magic weapon. Yes, if you change it to a golden hairpin, it can also be used as a hidden weapon. There are also feather fans, jade bracelets, belts, and so on. As long as you can think of something, it can be refined into a magic weapon. Jade bracelets? Zhang Xiaohua heard and her eyes lit up. Didn't she have a pair of jade bracelets in her purse? Could it be that they were magic weapons? No wonder there was a fluctuation of qi of heaven and earth inside. It was not for looking at, but to play with. But how should she play with the jade bracelets? Zhang Xiaohua could not help but listen attentively. Hearing this, Qin Shiyue was also confused. She asked, Old Ma, don't deceive me. What kind of magic weapon can this feather fan be made into? Could it be that there is also a mechanism in the fan? Ma Rulong said, as for how to use it, this old man does not know. I only know that these magic weapons are activated with a certain incantation and are driven by one's own qi. I see. But you just said that the immortal Tao and martial Tao's cultivation methods are different. The martial Tao's internal force has long changed. How can it be used to drive these magic weapons? The 3-talent flag gate array is different. It is an array item. How can it be driven by the 3 auspicious treasures? There is no lack of talented and intelligent people in our Wulin. As early as when the immortal Tao was destroyed, many people were studying the inheritance of the immortal Tao. There were also many people who came up with opportunistic methods. The flag array borrowed the power of the god's stone instead of one's own qi. Perhaps there were already people who could use the god's stone to drive the so-called magic weapons. Then, wouldn't they be invincible? Qin Shiyue was shocked. Ma Rulong smiled wryly. If so, would my Ma family still be bullied? The god's stone in this world was used up long ago when the immortal Tao was destroyed. Where would there be any left? Even if there were some left, they would be hidden away. Who would use immortal Tao if they could solve it by force? An immortal Tao is not inherent to us. There are always drawbacks. Aren't the 3 auspicious treasures a classic example? Qin Shiyue finally nodded. Moreover, the immortal Tao's magic weapons and jade slips have not been replenished by the qi of heaven and earth for 10,000 years. Most of them can't withstand the loss of their own qi and have long become ordinary jade. How can they be found so easily? Even if they were found, they might not be able to be used. Some might be hidden in mysterious places protected by the immortal Tao's restrictions. How can a martial Tao cultivator obtain them? Restricted lands? Is it a forbidden area? Lord Qin, you are mistaken. Restricted lands are places that others are not allowed to enter. They are different from places protected by restrictions. Simply put, the immortal Tao's restrictions are powerful formations. Presumably, the divine sect also has its own restricted lands. Perhaps they are protected by restrictions. Old Ma, you just said that the qi of heaven and earth has increased. How can a martial Tao cultivator like you sense the qi of heaven and earth? Chapter 268. Could it be that you've also practiced the immortal cultivation method? Qin Shiyue asked. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he also had doubts in his heart. That's right, when he cultivated the Carefree Heart Sutra, he could release his senses and sense the heaven and earth yuan qi. However, this yuan qi was rarely seen, and he could only sense a few strands in the herb fields. Could it be that Ma Rulong also cultivated an immortal cultivation technique? Also, he had a place with rich qi of heaven and earth? Zhang Xiaohua's ears perked up. Ma Rulong smiled bitterly and said, how could this old man have such an opportunity to obtain an immortal cultivation technique? This technique had already been lost for tens of thousands of years. Even if my Ma family tried our best to preserve it, it was impossible. It had already been gone for thousands of years. Also, didn't I just say that most of the methods are recorded in jade slips? The qi of jade slips can't last long. How can the methods be preserved? Then how did you know? I didn't sense it, but saw it. Qin Shiyue and Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed at the same time. Qin Shiyue looked back at Zhang Xiaohua with a gloomy face. Then, she turned back and asked, you can see the qi of heaven and earth? Ha ha ha, how can I see the qi of heaven and earth? I think Lord Sakura of the divine sect is like me. He saw the changes in the restriction of the forbidden land and knew that the qi of heaven and earth had changed. Seeing Qin Shiyue's puzzlement, Ma Rulong said, restriction and formation are the same. They both need the qi of heaven and earth. However, there are many powerful restrictions that don't just rely on the qi of heaven and earth. They can also absorb the qi of heaven and earth. The restrictions in the world were all set up by the immortal cultivation method 10,000 years ago. In the past 10,000 years, the restrictions have absorbed less and less qi of heaven and earth. However, in the past few years, the restrictions have shown signs of strengthening. Don't you think it's a sign that the qi of heaven and earth is recovering? Qin Shiyue nodded. Then, she said in surprise, does your Ma family also have a forbidden land? Ma Rulong's face was a little red. He said proudly, you only know now. If not, how can our Ma family be a family of inheritance? Although our Ma family only has one restricted area, it's fundamentally different from the righteous Tao Alliance's lack of one. Then, the forbidden land you mentioned, is it? Yes, Mr. Qin, you guessed right. It's here. To be more precise, it's behind me. The white fog behind you can't even be blown away by the wind. It must be a part of the restriction. Lord Qin is very smart. There are many forms of restrictions. Some of them are light, such as red, yellow, five-colored, etc. There are also white fog, black smoke, etc. I've heard that some restrictions can create illusions that perfectly integrate with the surrounding environment. My Ma clan's restriction area is this white fog. Qin Shiyue and Zhang Xiaohua both nod secretly. Since Zhang Xiaohua learned about the space in the purse, she knew that there must be something strange about the cave she went to before. Now she knows that it is the inhibition that Ma Rulong mentioned. Not to mention the white fog in the Misty School's forbidden land that swallowed people, it must be similar to the Ma family's restriction. Qin Shiyue thought of the forbidden land in his sect that emitted five-colored light. It must be the restriction that Ma Rulong mentioned. Naturally, he knew how the sect leader knew about the changes in the qi of heaven and earth. However, Qin Shiyue was puzzled. Why did Ma Rulong bring him here? Did he want to use the restriction to kill him? Thinking of this, Qin Shiyue couldn't help but take a step back. Seeing Qin Shiyue take a step back, Ma Rulong knew what he was thinking. He said with a smile, "Don't worry, Lord Qin. If I can use the Forbidden Land to make enemies, I don't need to say anything. You must be wondering why I ran here, right?" Qin Shiyue nodded. Ma Rulong said, "The Immortal Dao's restriction is used to protect important things. I've known about the restriction in the back mountain since I was a child. I've always been looking forward to seeing what is inside. However, this restriction of the Immortal Dao requires one to have the cultivation of the Immortal Dao to be able to walk in unscathed. Otherwise, one will be pushed out by the restriction or be trapped to death. In the past, my Ma family had countless intelligent people who wanted to enter this restriction with their own strength. However, no one has ever been able to come out alive. No one knows if they died inside or if they had other fortuitous encounters. I know the lightness skills of the Garuda branch of the divine sect. In front of Lord Qin, I have no chance of escaping. Since I'm going to die under Lord Qin's sword, I might as well come to the Forbidden Land to take a look. It can also end my life's worries." Then, he asked with a smile, "I wonder if Lord Qin is satisfied with this explanation?" Qin Shiyue also smiled and said, "Aren't you afraid that I will break into your Forbidden Land?" Ma Rulong bowed and said, "In that case, Lord Qin, please go first." Ma Rulong stepped forward and said with a smile, "Old Master Ma, please go first." Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. She already knew that the Forbidden Land ate people. No one who went in came out. Why did Qin Shiyue still want to go in? Ma Rulong saw Qin Shiyue step forward and his expression changed slightly. He stepped back and said, "No need to be polite, Lord Qin. If that's the case, I'll go first and wait for you inside." Then, he was about to step back. Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "Then I'll send you on your way." As he spoke, he pulled out his soft sword from his waist and swept it across. Ma Rulong saw his arm move, so he immediately stepped back with the tip of his foot. Seeing that his body was about to disappear into the white fog, how could Qin Shiyue let him go? He took a big stride forward and his soft sword slid into the white fog. There was a scream in the white fog, and immediately there was no sound. Qin Shiyue took back his soft sword. Looking at the blood dripping from the soft sword, he was not sure whether it was fatal or not. But looking at the strange white fog in front of him, Qin Shiyue didn't want to go in and take a look. After waiting for a while, Qin Shiyue turned and walked to Zhang Xiaohua. He said with a smile, "Ren Xiaoyao, did you enjoy listening to it?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and puzzled. "Lord, are you kidding? I didn't hear anything. My ears have been inflamed for the past 2 days and I can't hear anything. I was thinking of asking you to find a doctor to take a look. Just in time, when we arrive at Xinji town later, I hope you will be kind enough to let me see a doctor." Qin Shiyue curled his lips and said, "Don't make trouble for me. I don't intend to kill you. You know it yourself. We still need to find the cauldron from you. After listening to what you said just now, you know the importance of the cauldron. It's something that the leader of the divine sect must get. You'd better tell us who took it." Zhang Xiaohua secretly said in his heart, "Nonsense, if I didn't listen to what you said today, I would have thought that the big cauldron was an incense burner. Now that I know it's an immortal object, how can I return it to you? Not to mention that I have use for myself. Even if I don't have use for it, if I give it to you, won't you immediately kill me?" Zhang Xiaohua said with an innocent face, "Lord Qin, I really don't have this thing. How do you want me to tell others?" Qin Shiyue heard this and his smile became wider. He reached out his hand to touch the cauldron, but after thinking about it, he said, "These few days, you've also eaten the torture of my divine sect. I didn't expect you to be able to persist. If it's an ordinary person, he would have already been tortured to madness. You're still quite happy. However, since I've already promised you that I won't touch your acupoints, I naturally won't touch them. Anyway, your fate has already been handed over to Lord Sakura. I just need to take you back. Did you hear what I said today? Who took the cauldron behind you?" "I don't know. After that, he looked at the sky and said, "Put away your selfish thoughts and obediently follow me back to the divine sect. Listen to the hierarch's arrangement. Let's go." After that, he used his lightness skill and flew back. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to slack off and also followed closely behind. On the way back, Qin Shiyue didn't use his full strength. Zhang Xiaohua also followed behind easily. Even so, Qin Shiyue was still puzzled. Where did this guy come from? His foundation in lightness skill was actually so solid. After returning to the cave in the secret passage, Qin Shiyue looked around and had no choice but to plunge in. When the two came out of the dry well, they saw Ying Fei sitting on the ground with a sword in his hand. His face was already ruddy. An iron arrow was thrown on the ground and his arm was already bandaged. Seeing Qin Shiyue coming out of the dry well, his expression was obviously relaxed. He stood up and asked, "Why did Lord Qin go for so long? Did you kill that old man Ma?" Qin Shiyue said, "This secret passage is very long. After going out, I chased him for a long time before I killed him." "How's your injury?" Ying Fei said, "I pulled out the iron arrow by myself. Now I'm fine. I have to thank Lord Qin for the poison-dispelling pill. Otherwise, even if there were 10 of me, I would still die." Qin Shiyue thought for a moment and said, "You bandaged yourself carelessly. After a while, when we go to town, it's better to find a doctor to bandage it again." Ying Fei said with a smile, "Thank you, Lord Qin." Qin Shiyue asked, "Can you still use lightness skill?" Ying Fei said, "It should be fine." "Well, the two of you come with me." After speaking, Qin Shiyue jumped on the roof. After roughly looking at the direction, he jumped toward the Ma residence. Qin Shiyue didn't want to go through that damp and low secret passage again. Not long after, they arrived at the Ma residence. The whole courtyard was quiet and there was no one. It was completely different from the hustle and bustle at noon. Qin Shiyue took the two of them to the roof of the Ma residence for a while. They didn't see a single person. Instead, they saw the 3 horses that they rode. Qin Shiyue thought for a moment and said, "Let's go. Let's go to town first and check your injury." After speaking, he led the horse and walked out of the gate of the Ma residence. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Qin Shiyue's back in surprise. She opened her mouth and wanted to ask him why he didn't look for the relics of immortality in the Ma residence. But she thought about it again. Ma Rulong had already prepared for this. Today, he didn't even see half of his nephews. They must have taken advantage of the chaos to run away. How could those precious things still be hidden in the Ma residence? Presumably, Qin Shiyue also thought this through, so he left without hesitation. The 3 of them rode on the horse and went through the main road. At the corner of the tea house, an old man stared at their backs fiercely. It was Qiu Shidao's old housekeeper. "Please vote for me." "Thank you." Chapter 269. The sun was setting in the west, and a round scarlet sun was hanging in the clear sky of the West Mountain. On a secluded path in the wilderness, 3 horses were trotting slowly. The red sun in the west cast a long shadow on them. They were Qin Shiyue, Ying Fei and Zhang Xiaohua. It had been a few days since the massacre in Xinji town. Ying Fei's injury had already recovered. The poisonous arrow pierced through his left arm, but it didn't hurt the bone. The arrow poison was cleaned up in time, but it was thoroughly cleaned by the town's doctor. The medicine used was also from the Dragon God sect. How could there be no improvement? Zhang Xiaohua was still weak, and he followed the 2 people absent-mindedly. In these days, he had completely abandoned the idea of using lightness skill to escape. Qin Shiyue's decisiveness in killing left a deep impression on him. Before he had full confidence, he would not repeatedly challenge Qin Shiyue's bottom line. Although Qin Shiyue had said that he would take him back to the sect leader in one piece, who knew if he would change his mind? It was better to just practice martial arts. Since Zhang Xiaohua knew the reason for the disappearance of immortality and the rise of martial arts in the Ma family, and also knew the difference between immortality and martial arts, he knew that he was lucky. He accidentally walked on the road of immortality, which no one had walked on for thousands of years. Moreover, after seeing the power of immortality's tactical formation, he was more confident in himself. As long as he had time, he would comprehend the earth-escaping skill. He believed that as long as he could learn the earth-escaping skill, he would be able to escape from Qin Shiyue's evil hands. Zhang Xiaohua also knew that the tripod furnace he took from Shitsue Mountain should be the furnace used for immortality's alchemy. It was something that the sect leader of the Dragon God's sect wanted. As for how to use the furnace, he really didn't have time to look at it. Not to mention that there was a lot of content in the elementary alchemy technique, and now he didn't have time to comprehend it. If he took out the furnace, he might alarm Qin Shiyue. It was better to avoid trouble. Why should he be anxious now? Moreover, he felt that it was incredible that using elixirs could improve his power. How could a small elixir improve his cultivation so much? Could it double the qi of heaven and earth in his body? That was simply impossible. She remembered that there was something called the qi-generating pill in the money pouch. It seemed to have been thrown away without any regard. Presumably, it wasn't anything good. Zhang Xiaohua also lacked interest in the idea of trying it out herself. Also, after seeing the power of the immortal Tao formation, Zhang Xiaohua really wanted to make some kind of formation to trap Qin Shiyue and Ning Fei. However, she didn't have any formation flags or incantations. She only had a shallow Zhen Qi and a huge primordial stone. It was impossible to make it a reality, so she just threw it aside. From the beginning to the end, Ma Rulong didn't mention how to fight in Taoism. He only said that there was the power to summon wind and rain and move mountains and seas. His words made Zhang Xiaohua's blood boil, but she only painted a pie for him. Although there was a jade ring in the money pouch that should be a magic weapon, she didn't know how to use it. Even if she knew how to use it, could the jade ring still be used after 10,000 years? Everything was unknown. Zhang Xiaohua looked blankly at the red sun in the distance that was about to set behind the mountain. It was about to be engulfed by darkness. Everything in this world was about to fall into darkness. She couldn't see the road ahead clearly. What about her own road? There hadn't been the immortal Tao for 10,000 years. She actually received the inheritance of the immortal Tao and cultivated the immortal Tao cultivation method. There was no one to guide her, no reference, and no one to point out her own way. Everything had to rely on her own strength. Loneliness, powerlessness, and other negative emotions constantly grew in her heart. However, just as Zhang Xiaohua was dispirited, the setting sun finally fell below the cliff. Even when its last ray of sunlight left the world, it was still so brilliant and glorious. The last ray of sunlight reflected in the lonely youth's eyes seemed to soar and ignite the youth's fighting spirit. There are so many living things in the world, but only I have such a situation. Why do I see the immortal Tao as a bumpy road? Since the revival of the immortal Tao chose me, why should I hide? I will do my best, and there will be a new me. Thinking about this, the scenery at the side of the mountain didn't feel dark. She also didn't feel uncomfortable in this captive situation. Zhang Xiaohua understood something in her heart and her cultivation improved again. Since the last time she suffered from qi deviation, Zhang Xiaohua carefully comprehended the Worry-Free Heart Sutra from beginning to end. At the end of the Heart Sutra, it mentioned the cultivation of the state of mind. However, the cultivation of the state of mind shouldn't be a bottleneck in the qi refining stage. It was strange that she encountered it again and again. Moreover, she also knew that every time she encountered an enlightenment in her heart, her cultivation of the state of mind would improve by another level. As long as she had primeval stones in her hands, her cultivation would naturally be able to keep up. She wouldn't have to worry about the risk of qi deviation again. This was a good thing. Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously revealed a smile. At this time, in the distance, the sound of horse hooves gradually faded away. It was very abrupt. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. Her divine sense spread out like a net, but there didn't seem to be anything abnormal in the surroundings. Ning Fei also urged her horse forward and asked, "Lord Qin, what's the matter with the people in front? Why don't you let this little one go forward and take a look?" Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "They must be people from the Righteous Tao Alliance. Let's go forward and take a look. If there's fortune, it's not a disaster. If there's a disaster, we can't avoid it. In this vast wilderness, it's the easiest to escape. There's no need to be afraid of them." After traveling for a while, they didn't see any movement. Zhang Xiaohua also didn't understand. The main road was right in front of them. Looking at the lights in front of them, it was already a small village. It wasn't a good opportunity to make a move. Why was this? When Qin Shiyue arrived at the main road, there was another person on the main road who saw them from afar. He also quickly got on his horse and galloped away. The three of them looked at each other. They didn't know why, but although they were already on the main road, if there was an ambush, it would still be troublesome. Thus, they were 120% careful. Unfortunately, even when they entered the small village, they still didn't encounter any ambushes. Instead, just as they entered the village, there were several people waiting there. A white and fat person dressed as a shopkeeper came forward and bowed. "Excuse me, are you Lord Qin and lording in front?" Ying Fei went forward and said, "It's us." "What's the matter?" The innkeeper said, "This one is the innkeeper of this town's largest inn, the Four Seas Inn. There's an uncle who has already booked a banquet and a room for Uncle Qin and the others. Please follow this one over." Zhang Xiaohua was flabbergasted. There was actually such a good thing. Although Qin Shiyue was also flabbergasted, he wasn't surprised. When Ying Fei looked at him, he casually waved his hand, indicating that he agreed. The shopkeeper received the message and was very happy. He personally went forward to lead Qin Shiyue's horse and respectfully walked forward. Ying Fei and Zhang Xiaohua's horses were also led by other people. Zhang Xiaohua had never received this kind of treatment before and enjoyed it very much. As for what the shopkeeper was planning, he didn't care. He was just a captive of the Tenryu sect. Even if there were any schemes and plots, it wouldn't be his turn to do it. Not long after, they came to a large inn. It was brightly lit and there was no one eating in the hall. A few waiters were waiting at the door. When they saw the shopkeeper return, they quickly went to receive him. Qin Shiyue and the others dismounted and walked into the hall. There was a large table in the hall with some dried fruits on it. Qin Shiyue and the others sat down and the waiters immediately poured tea. Ying Fei reached into his clothes to take the tea leaves but was stopped by Qin Shiyue with a look. Qin Shiyue picked up the teacup and carefully looked at it. He smelled it and tasted it. It was really good tea. There wasn't any poison in it and this fragrant tea didn't seem like something that could be found in this town. Not long after the three sat down, they didn't need to order food. The delicacies were served like flowing water. They had been prepared long ago and were just waiting for the three to arrive. Looking at the table full of things that he had never seen or heard of before, Zhang Xiaohua was dumbfounded. Who was so generous? However, he had an urge to eat immediately. He raised his eyes and looked at Qin Shiyue who was cooking. Qin Shiyue also frowned. Qin Shiyue wasn't surprised by the rarity of these things. He was a famous person in the Tenryu sect. What good things had he not seen before? It was just that these things couldn't be found in this small town. Thinking about the fragrant tea just now, the reason was self-evident. It must have been prepared long ago from other places. Thinking of this, Qin Shiyue also let down his guard. If the Righteous Alliance wanted to harm him, why would they spend so much effort? They could just directly kill their way to his door. Who would want to curry favor with him? Qin Shiyue gradually had some ideas. Seeing Ying Fei and Zhang Xiaohua looking at him with eager eyes, Qin Shiyue couldn't help but secretly smile. He said, "Eat. This must be the master's good intentions. Don't let him down." After that, he first picked up a piece of camel hump and put it into his mouth, carefully tasting it. Ying Fei, as the messenger of the Tenryu sect, was served with good wine and good meat everywhere he went. These days, he was injured and had to worry about the attack of the Righteous Alliance. Naturally, he was lacking in food. Seeing such a good meal, he was also happy and kept eating this and that. As for Zhang Xiaohua, there was no need to talk about him in detail. He almost ate his own tongue. Not only that, there was a white porcelain jug on the table. The wine poured out from the jug was amber-colored. The mellow fragrance overflowed. Even Zhang Xiaohua, who had never drunk wine before, couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Ying Fei was injured, so Qin Shiyue poured 3 cups for him. As for Zhang Xiaohua, Qin Shiyue used the excuse that he was underage and let him drink half a cup. The rest was left to Qin Shiyue. Even if it was only half a cup, Zhang Xiaohua was still very happy. He was just a prisoner. Qin Shiyue gave him a drink. It was the result of many days of interaction. How could he dare to have extravagant expectations? They ate to their heart's content and ate until the moon rose. Then, they saw the fair and fat shopkeeper walk in with a smile on his face. He cupped his hands and said, "Master Qin, Master Ying, young master, may I ask if the food is to your liking?" Chapter 270. Qin Shiyue said, "Very good." "Shopkeeper, sorry to trouble you. I didn't expect that although your inn doesn't look good on the surface, the food inside is superb. You really can't judge a book by its cover." The shopkeeper's face was a little red. He cupped his hands and said, "Sir, you misunderstood. How can my small inn be so generous? This was all arranged by a previous master. Even the chef was brought by him. My inn hasn't even processed this kind of food." "Oh. Where's the person you mentioned? Why don't you come in and see me?" The shopkeeper smiled apologetically and said, "That master has already left before you 3 came to the town. He just told me to serve you well." "How does the person you mentioned look like? How is he dressed? Can you leave your name?" "Sir Qin, please forgive me. That master specially told me not to say much. I just said that he was an old friend of yours. I don't know his name." "Oh, so it's like this. Well, I won't make things difficult for you. We've already eaten and drunk enough. Let's arrange for a rest early." "Yes, sir. My inn has been emptied. Today, I specially received 3 masters. Please follow me." After that, he took the 3 people to a quiet courtyard at the back. He smiled apologetically and said, "There are 3 guest rooms in this courtyard. Please take a rest. I'll wait here. If you have any requests, just call me." Qin Shiyue nodded. She looked at the small courtyard and went straight to the room in the middle. Ying Fei glanced at Zhang Xiaohua and also chose a room. These 2 people were a little worried during the day. They were afraid that Zhang Xiaohua would run away. At night, they were completely relieved. They knew that even if he ran away, he wouldn't run far. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Looking at the shopkeeper standing respectfully at the door of the courtyard, she thought, let the shopkeeper personally guard the door. It must be a lot of money. Then, she went to the last room. Zhang Xiaohua carefully closed the door and sat cross-legged on the bed. He had been with Qin Shiyue and the others for the past few days. Other than absorbing the yuan qi from the yuan stones and meditating on the earth escape technique, he didn't have time to practice the fist of the North Star and the sword moves with his left hand. Today, he was finally alone in a room. He didn't plan to practice the fist and sword moves. Although the fist of the North Star was something he had created, seeing how much importance Peng attached to it, it must have something to do with the immortal Tao. He didn't want to cause trouble for himself. If Qin Shiyue saw this, he would definitely be in trouble. He had been meditating on the earth escape technique for the past few days, but he didn't dare to try it out rashly. Qin Shiyue had also seen the auspicious 3 treasures of the 3-talent flag formation. Zhang Xiaohua first closed her eyes and meditated for a while to practice the Worry-Free Heart Sutra. Then, she recalled the incantation of the earth escape technique. Combining the incantation she had comprehended these days, she used her hands to make the incantation. There were many incantations for the earth escape technique. There were actually 9 of them. Each of them was different and needed to be continuous. Zhang Xiaohua, who was new to the incantation, didn't know how to start. Thinking about the incantation she saw in Ma Rulong's mansion, Zhang Xiaohua decided to ignore the incantation for now. First, she understood the first incantation. In fact, the incantation was the same as the breathing technique of the Heart Sutra. They were both particular about the rhythm, where the incantation should be, and where the jinqi should be. If there was a master to teach, one only needed to point out the secret. Zhang Xiaohua naturally didn't have such good fortune. She could only fumble around on her own. Naturally, it was extremely difficult to get started. However, this also had its advantages. After all, she had fumbled around on her own. She was clear about all the pros and cons. As long as she got started, it would be easy to practice all kinds of incantations in the future. It wouldn't be like learning from predecessors. When practicing other incantations, one still had to rely on a master's guidance. If she practiced it on her own, it would be even more difficult. As expected, although Zhang Xiaohua had already felt that she had comprehended quite well these days and only lacked the final practice, when she really started, alas, it was simply too horrible to look at. No matter how her fingers moved, she couldn't reach the realm described in the incantation. And no matter what, the jinqi in her body couldn't coordinate with the changes in her hand gestures. If it was an ordinary person, perhaps they would be impetuous and have the thought of relaxing. But Zhang Xiaohua was different. This fellow's intelligence might not be high, and his talent might not be good, but there was one advantage. Once he had identified a direction, he would dive in until he found a result. No matter if it was success or failure, he would have no regrets. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua already had this kind of experience when practicing the Carefree Heart Sutra. There was no such thing as a failure in one go. Success only came once in a million times. Therefore, he wasn't impatient. He just continued to gesture until his fingers were sore. Only then did he take a short break to absorb some of the jinqi. Actually, in the Ma residence, Ma Rulong had already said that the qi of heaven and earth was showing signs of recovery. But from what Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense could see, there weren't many more strands of jinqi in this world. If he only relied on the jinqi of heaven and earth normally, this Carefree Heart Sutra definitely wouldn't improve even an inch. His cultivation still relied on that jinqi of heaven and earth. Speaking of this tiny jinqi, it was rather miraculous. Zhang Xiaohua had been absorbing with all his might for so long, but the jinqi in the jinqi didn't seem to show any signs of decreasing. Just thinking about it made Zhang Xiaohua grin. If it was the Carefree Heart Sutra, it would be completely absorbed in a few times. Although the jinqi in his money pouch was huge, it wouldn't be used for long. But now, this tiny jinqi had taken him so long. He wouldn't have to worry about his cultivation in the future. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua attributed this phenomenon to the fact that he had just entered the qi refinement realm, so the amount of jinqi he absorbed was still small. When he reached more than 10 layers in the future, it probably wouldn't be enough. But didn't O Peng, Ma Rulong, and that whatever Sakura say that the qi of heaven and earth was increasing? Perhaps at that time, he wouldn't need to use the jinqi anymore. After Zhang Xiaohua finished absorbing, he began to try again. He didn't know how many times he tried, but Zhang Xiaohua felt a little mischievous in his heart. There was a bit less anticipation in his heart, and he returned to his usual tranquil state of mind. Perhaps it was this kind of state of mind that had no desires or desires. During a certain practice, he suddenly felt that the jinqi he was forming in his hand had a great attractive force, attracting the jinqi that just happened to reach a certain point. This attractive force was so great that Zhang Xiaohua couldn't resist it. In an instant, all the jinqi in his body was sucked dry, and directly poured into the jinqi in his hand. Zhang Xiaohua knew that he had thoroughly comprehended this jinqi, and could also truly put it into practice. Thus, he immediately changed his hand gesture, and began to form the next jinqi. Perhaps it was because he didn't form the jinqi correctly, or perhaps the jinqi in his body was exhausted, but in any case, the second jinqi didn't succeed. Immediately, the jinqi that had just been sucked out dissipated in his hand. Zhang Xiaohua felt a burst of heartache. This was the jinqi that he had cultivated for many days. How could it be all gone in an instant? Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly released his divine sense, and used the Carefree Heart Sutra to draw out the jinqi that had just dissipated. This was the qi of heaven and earth, which was very precious, and it couldn't be wasted. Unfortunately, even if Zhang Xiaohua acted in time, he could only reabsorb nearly 60% of the jinqi, and the remaining 40% dissipated between heaven and earth. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't regret it. In terms of his gains today, he was willing to bear this loss. It was just absorbing more jinqi. Looking at the sky, Zhang Xiaohua didn't continue to try the jinqi. Instead, he took out a jinqi stone from his arms, one in each hand, and sat cross-legged, quietly absorbing the jinqi. After a while, he fell into a deep sleep. The endless starlight once again surrounded his body. The jinqi stone in his hand was also emitting a faint light, which was absorbed by Zhang Xiaohua's jinqi. The jinqi stone was several times faster than Zhang Xiaohua's absorption. In less than a moment, the jinqi that Zhang Xiaohua had lost was replenished, and the jinqi in the jinqi stone was still constantly absorbed into his body. In another room, Qin Shiyue and Ying Fei were talking. Qin Shiyue pointed to a bag on the table and said, "Ying Fei, go out and give all the ancient jade articles collected in the past few days to the local contact point. Ask them to send them to Sect Master as soon as possible." Ying Fei stepped forward, picked up the bag, and said, "Yes, my lord. I'll go right away. However, today's matter is a bit strange. Shall we avoid it first and wait until tomorrow to send it out?" Qin Shiyue said with a smile, "It doesn't matter. Although we still don't know who it is, it won't do us any harm. Everything should be unchanged. This jade article is something that Sect Master is looking forward to. It's better to send it back to Sect Master as soon as possible." Ying Fei said with a smile, "In fact, this kind of thing can be done by us. Why bother you, my lord?" Qin Shiyue said, "Ying Fei, you still don't understand the importance of this task. If it wasn't necessary, do you think Sect Master would send me out? If it weren't for me, could you have escaped from Marulong in Xinji town?" Ying Fei immediately smiled apologetically and said, "Yes, I was careless. I'll do it now." By the way, Qin Shiyue stopped Ying Fei and asked, "The boy who calls himself Ren Xiaoyao has fallen asleep, right?" "Of course. I don't know what kind of reincarnation this guy is. When it's time, he will sleep like a log and won't wake up. If he wakes up now, even God will laugh at him. During this time, did you feel that someone was following you?" "No, my lord. It's strange. We have caught Ren Xiaoyao in our hands. Why isn't the force behind him in a hurry to hide? Is it really as he said, that he has nothing to do with this cauldron?" "That might not be the case, sir. Perhaps he's just a pawn who knows little about their organization. Even if we caught him, they had enough confidence that we wouldn't be able to find anything on them. That's why they've been abandoned. Well, there is this possibility. But, no matter what, we have to bring this burden back to the sect. Whether he has nothing to do with this matter or is just a pawn, let Sect Master decide. Anyway, Sect Master will definitely blame us if we don't bring back the cauldron. I only hope that the other things we bring back can move Sect Master's heart." Chapter 271. The next morning, the three of them got up and ate a sumptuous breakfast before getting up and continuing their journey. For the next 2 days, they didn't encounter any larger towns along the way, so they didn't receive any more hospitality. This was understandable since the host of the event didn't want them to know who they were, so they wouldn't get anyone to entertain them personally. They could only rely on the local inns or restaurants. If there wasn't even a slightly larger town, they wouldn't be able to do anything about it either. What Zhang Xiaohua did not understand was what was going on with the Righteous Alliance. The auspicious three treasures were killed, Qiu Shidao was killed, and the Ma family was also massacred. Presumably, this news had already spread throughout the entire Jianghu. The Righteous Alliance's face was shattered by Qin Shiyue, so why didn't they think of getting back their face? If the Righteous Alliance could send a more powerful opponent to kill or injure Qin Shiyue, then wouldn't he be able to fish in troubled waters? Ever since that night when he successfully practiced the Earth Escape technique in an inn in the Four Seas, the fire of escape in his heart was ignited again. However, there were as many as 9 Earth Escape techniques, and he had only just learned one. Moreover, just the first one had already drained all of his true qi. He didn't know if the later ones would also require the same amount of true qi. If that was the case, then he would have to cultivate 9 more true qi before he could use them. But if he waited until he cultivated enough Shin Qi, then he would have already been skinned alive by the Dragon God sect leader. That would be too late. In fact, it was not only Zhang Xiaohua who did not understand, Qin Shiyue and Ying Fei also did not understand. Ever since they killed the auspicious 3 treasures, they were constantly on guard against the Righteous Alliance's counterattack. But these few days were very ordinary. Other than that very abrupt reception, everything else was dull and boring. If the Righteous Alliance was very confident that they could take down the auspicious 3 treasures and did not leave a backup plan at that time, of course they would believe it. Even he himself felt a lingering fear for being able to escape from the 3 treasures flag formation. But this news had already been spread out for several days. Even if the Righteous Alliance's reaction was slow, their people should have already arrived. However, they had not encountered them yet. Could it be that they were going to make a big move? Thinking of this, Qin Shiyue felt a little uneasy. However, she had already sent the news back to the sect. Her master and the sect leader had no reason to ignore it. She had to go. Ying Fei rode his horse forward and said with a smile, "My lord, there is another town in front of us. I don't know if there will be any hospitality for us. I haven't been eating or drinking well these past few days. My mouth has been bland." Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "Maybe. How far are we from the town?" "Milord, about 2 meals worth of time." "All right, let's hurry over and take a look." However, when they saw that the town was right in front of them, and they didn't see anyone who had inquired like last time, the 3 of them couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, when they rode into the town, they saw a few people standing by the roadside. One of them was a middle-aged man. When he saw Qin Shiyue's gray hair, he was very happy. He hurried forward and cupped his hands in greeting. "Excuse me, are you Uncle Qin and Uncle Ying?" The 3 of them thought at the same time, "All right, here it comes." Ying Fei stepped forward and said, "It's us. What can I do for you?" "I'm the shopkeeper of the Four Seas restaurant, the largest restaurant in the town. A few days ago, a master ordered a meal in the restaurant for you. I've been waiting here for 2 days. Please follow me and enjoy the meal." The Four Seas restaurant. It seems that the inn we stayed in a few days ago was also called the Four Seas restaurant. "Yes, my lord, my Four Seas restaurant is a chain business. There are branches in various places. They are all inns and restaurants. If you need it, please take care of it." "Well said, well said. Let's go." The shopkeeper and the others personally led the horses and took the 3 of them to a restaurant in the town. The restaurant was located in a lively area of the town. It was business time, but there were few people. Qin Shiyue couldn't help but frown. The shopkeeper saw this and hurriedly explained that Master booked the whole restaurant to entertain Master Qin. "I thought you came yesterday, so I didn't open yesterday. It's the same today, so it looks deserted. Usually, it's full of people. Our Four Seas restaurant's food is the best in this town. You'll know when you eat it." Qin Shiyue smiled and didn't say anything. This shopkeeper was quite good at deceiving people. If it was the same as last time, the ingredients were not prepared by this restaurant. However, since the shopkeeper was so attentive, she didn't need to expose him. Sure enough, when they entered the restaurant, they saw a big table in front of them. Tea and dried fruits were served just like last time. Not long after they sat down, wine and delicious food were served. However, the food this time was different from last time. There were many things that Zhang Xiaohua had never eaten before. This time, not only Zhang Xiaohua, even Ing Fei sighed in his heart. Who is this person that I have never met before? I have to bear with his thoughts. It must be hard for him to bear such thoughts. Qin Shiyue looked at the food on the table thoughtfully. She waved her hand and said, "Let's eat." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua immediately began to eat. The taste of being a prisoner was really good. If it weren't for the fact that he had no freedom, he would want to follow Qin Shiyue for the rest of his life. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua wolfing down the food, Qin Shiyue snickered inwardly. Why is this guy eating so unsightly? He doesn't seem to have any manners at all. Which faction is training their disciples? Why don't they teach them proper etiquette and social etiquette? Although fighting and killing are important in Jianghu now, being gentle and elegant is also indispensable. But when she turned her head to look at Ing Fei, she felt dizzy. Why did he pick up the food carelessly like Zhang Xiaohua? Why did he learn nothing but to eat after following Zhang Xiaohua for a few days? Qin Shiyue couldn't help coughing in a low voice. When Ing Fei looked up, Qin Shiyue glared at him fiercely. Ing Fei immediately understood something and immediately began to eat obediently. Zhang Xiaohua also looked up when he heard the cough and looked at the two of them in confusion. Seeing that Ing Fei didn't compete with him for delicious food, he was very happy and buried his head in eating again. Qin Shiyue and Ing Fei smiled bitterly. If it weren't for the fact that there were only 3 of them in the restaurant, they would have pretended not to know this guy. When the 3 of them were eating happily, suddenly there was a disharmonious sound. They heard a loud voice outside the restaurant, "Shopkeeper, shopkeeper, is your restaurant a restaurant or not? It's time to eat. Why don't you let us in to eat? Hero, please don't be angry. My restaurant has been booked out. I'm sorry, I'm very sorry. If you like the food in my restaurant, please come tonight or tomorrow. I'll definitely give you a 20% discount. Nonsense, I'll leave this damn place in the afternoon. Who has time to patronize? When you came here yesterday, you said it was booked. I'll give you face and find another restaurant. But when I passed by this restaurant, I didn't see anyone eating here. Why did you book it out today? Are you trying to trick me? I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. The Four Seas restaurant operates in accordance with the principle of reputation. How would we dare to trick customers? This time there really is someone. They didn't come yesterday and only came today. How about this, Hero, I'll send a waiter to go with you to another restaurant and let them give you a 50% discount. What do you think? Bah, there are only 2 big restaurants in this town. I already ate yesterday. Do you want me to go again today? Moreover, how can you book out a restaurant for 2 days and wait for customers? You're not being honest. I want to see where this god is from. He actually dares to put on such airs. Grandpa, my dear grandpa, please spare me. Why don't you come over tonight and I'll give you a 5% discount? Move, I want to go in and take a look. Don't, please don't. Give me some face, okay? Give you face? Fuck, who will give me face? I already gave you face yesterday. Don't ask for face today. Uncle, I beg you. How about I give you a 10% discount tonight? This is the lowest discount I can give. I've never asked for this before. The 2 people's words came closer and closer. Their loud voices actually broke into the restaurant. The person who entered the restaurant was a 9-foot-tall burly man. The middle-aged shopkeeper seemed very short in front of him. No wonder he couldn't stop him. In the hall, Qin Shiyue held a small wine cup and slowly tasted the amber wine. She had a smile on her face and seemed to be in a good mood. The burly man pushed the shopkeeper into the hall. When he saw Qin Shiyue's white hair, he was immediately stunned. The middle-aged shopkeeper turned around and said apologetically, "Uncle Qin, I'm really sorry. I really couldn't stop this hero." Just as Qin Shiyue was about to speak, the burly man pushed the shopkeeper to the side and put on a servile expression. He smiled and said, Lord Qin, this little one knew that you were dining here, so I came to propose a toast to you. However, the shopkeeper wouldn't let this little one in no matter what. That's why there was a conflict. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Then, he jogged over, picked up the wine jug, and carefully poured wine for Qin Shiyue. This action stunned the shopkeeper. Zhang Xiaohua, who wanted to watch the show, was greatly disappointed. She lowered her head and continued eating. Qin Shiyue looked at the wine cup in her hand and asked, "How did you recognize me?" The burly man quickly smiled apologetically and said, "Uncle Qin just slaughtered the Ma family and is now very famous in the Jianghu." "How could I not know?" "Slaughtered the Ma family?" "That's right, Lord Qin. You're so impressive. Rumor has it that when you passed by Ma Rulong's house in Xinji town, you gave him face and paid him a visit, but he treated you poorly because you didn't bring a birthday gift. In a fit of anger, you slaughtered all 305 members of the Ma family. What do you think of Ma Rulong? Isn't it a blessing that Lord Qin is willing to visit him? He was still picky and wanted Uncle Qin to celebrate his birthday. Now, he's lost his lifespan. There's such a rumor." Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but raise her head from the table. Chapter 272. Zhang Xiaohua had personally witnessed the atrocities in the Ma mansion. If one were to say that Qin Shiyue was vicious and merciless, that was for sure. But if one were to say that he was cruel and killed the innocent, that was absolutely not the case. The rumors in Jianghu were too small and unreliable. What else is there in Jianghu? Nothing, Lord Qin. Your decisiveness makes us very envious. We can't wait to follow you and kill all the people you don't like. Oh, right, the leader of the Righteous Alliance, Zhang San, has made a solemn protest to the Dragon God sect. He asked the Dragon God sect to hand over the murderer and severely punish the murderer. Moreover, he also contacted many small sects in Jianghu and issued a statement urging the sect to take responsibility for the tragedy of the Ma family. What else? In addition, the Dragon God sect also issued a statement expressing their regret for the tragedy of the Ma family. They said that this matter is Lord Qin's personal grudge and has nothing to do with the sect itself. The sect also has a friendly relationship with the sects in Jianghu based on the 7 principles. In addition, they expressed their deep condolences for the death of Qiu Shidao of the Righteous Alliance. They also started a craze in the sect to practice martial arts to protect oneself. They proposed the slogan, "If your skills are not as good as others, don't go into Jianghu." Cough, cough. Zhang Xiaohua, who was eating, seemed to be shocked by these words and choked. Zhang Xiaohua drank water and thought to herself, "I was wondering why the Righteous Alliance didn't do anything. It turns out that they were just fighting a war of words." Ying Fei rolled his eyes and looked at Zhang Xiaohua as if he was a country bumpkin. Qin Shiyue thought for a moment and asked, "Is there any other news?" The big man said embarrassedly, "No, Lord Qin, I'm just a wanderer in Jianghu. This news is also what I heard. As for whether there is any other secret news, I really don't know." "Well, okay, you can go." The big man's face lit up. He hurriedly poured a cup of wine for Qin Shiyue, put down the wine pot and was about to leave. "Humph." Qin Shiyue snorted coldly and said, "Are you going to leave like this? Don't you want to leave something behind?" "This." The burly man immediately began to sweat profusely. Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "I wanted to kill you for disturbing my meal, but since you've brought me a lot of information, I'll kill you." Before Qin Shiyue could finish speaking, the big man's face lit up with joy. He immediately took out a shiny dagger from his chest. Gritting his teeth, he slashed at his left wrist. But just as the dagger was about to touch his wrist, there was a bang. A wine cup hit the dagger and knocked it away. The big man looked up and saw that it was the wine cup that Qin Shiyue threw. He couldn't help but turn pale. He trembled and said, "Lord Qin, do you really want this little one's life? My life is worthless, please let me go." Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "You're a decisive man. You're willing to give up one hand because you're afraid that I'll change my mind. However, you still have to finish my words. No one will wait for me to change my mind. Don't be in a hurry to make a move before I finish my words. Lord, please speak. This little one is listening. Qin Shiyue picked up another wine cup and poured wine into it. She slowly took a sip and said, I originally wanted to leave one of your hands behind, but since you poured wine for me, I'll leave one of your fingers behind. Really? The big man couldn't believe his ears. This murderous fiend would only leave one of his fingers behind when he collided with her. You dare to doubt my words? Qin Shiyue was displeased. I don't dare, I don't dare. The big man no longer hesitated. The dagger went down and immediately cut off the little finger of his left hand. He caught it with his hand and put it in his bosom. He didn't care about the blood dripping from his hand and the cold sweat on his forehead as he cupped his hands and left. The shopkeeper of the Four Seas family watched as the big man who didn't dare to announce his name from beginning to end left. He was very anxious. When he received this smiling, white-haired man, he thought that he was a good-tempered person. However, he didn't expect his temper to be so strange and his actions to be so ruthless. He slaughtered more than 300 people and his expression didn't change at all. As for this man who collided with him, according to his ruthless heart, it was normal for him to want his life. However, just because that man offered him a toast, he only wanted his little finger. Even if that man left his hand behind, he didn't want it. It was really strange. As a result, the shopkeeper immediately raised his attention and paid attention at all times. He was afraid that he would be rude or do something wrong and anger this white-haired fiend. Qin Shiyue was almost done eating. After the big man made a fuss, she lost her appetite. She looked at Zhang Xiaohua who was still eating and said, I'm almost done eating. It's time to hurry. Let's go. After she finished speaking, she drank the last cup of wine and got up to leave. Zhang Xiaohua gloomily threw down her chopsticks and reluctantly left the table where she had saved a lot of delicacies. The shopkeeper immediately went forward and asked, Lord Qin, did you eat well? Very well. You cooked well. If there's a chance, I'll come back to eat here. If it was any other time, the shopkeeper would be very happy and look forward to the customer's reward. However, facing this fiend, how could he dare? He hoped that he would never see him again. He immediately smiled apologetically and said, No problem, Lord Qin. If there's a chance, you'll come back to patronize this small store. Qin Shiyue looked at his insincere expression and was too lazy to argue. She mounted her horse and casually threw a small ingot of gold to him and rode away. When the shopkeeper saw a shiny yellow object flying towards him, he thought that he had angered this fiend and that a hidden weapon was going to take his life. He was so scared that he almost fainted. When he saw that it was a piece of gold in front of him, he was immediately overjoyed. He hurriedly and carefully picked it up. After wiping the dust off his clothes, he put it in his arms like it was a treasure. Just like this, the three of them traveled for several days. Every time they arrived at a slightly larger town, there would be a mysterious person who would arrange the best food and accommodation. What made Zhang Xiaohua so happy was that she could only hope that this journey would not end. However, Qin Shiyue and Ning Fei still looked normal and carried out their duties as usual. Qin Shiyue and Ning Fei's bags on the backs of their horses were so full that they almost couldn't carry it anymore. When they set off the next day, they were empty again. At first, Zhang Xiaohua felt that it was a little strange and fantasized that they might also have bags of money like hers. However, after traveling for a long time, she gradually found that something was wrong. The divine sect was such a big sect. And she had never heard of it before. Perhaps it was very small. There must be their own branches or contact points in various places. Qin Shiyue and Ning Fei only needed to go to various places to get the things that the divine sect's leader wanted. Then they would give it to other people and let them bring it back to the sect. Otherwise, wouldn't Qin Shiyue have to drive a large carriage? Wouldn't that be very dangerous? If there were bandits or something like that, wouldn't they be robbed? Oh, how would bandits dare to rob Qin Shiyue? Zhang Xiaohua slapped his forehead. In any case, none of this had anything to do with him. He slept from night to night, and he didn't know what they were doing. He just needed to eat and drink well, and wait for the judgment of the sect leader. Seeing that there were more and more people on the road, Zhang Xiaohua knew that there must be another town in front. Thinking of the delicious food in front of her, Zhang Xiaohua salivated. After a while, the road in front of them became wider and denser. Zhang Xiaohua realized that there were more people here than in the suburbs of Pingyang City. Presumably, there should be a big city in front of them, which would not be smaller than Pingyang City. Sure enough, Ying Fei said, Lord Qin, Jingyue City is in front of us. It is a famous big city in the Han River. There are many scenic spots and historical sites inside and outside the city. If you have time, you should see more. Jingyue City. I haven't been here for many years. Lord, have you been here before? Ying Fei asked curiously. Yes, I have. When the divine sect subdued the 3 seas and 7 rivers, I also came here with my teacher to see. That was a grand occasion many years ago. Lord, you are lucky to have witnessed it. You are so lucky. Yes, although this matter was done secretly and there were no rumors about it in the Jianghu, it was a heavy stroke in the records of the divine sect. Alas, time is unforgiving. The young man in the past is now gray and premature. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua almost laughed out loud. Although Mr. Qin had a head full of white hair, he wasn't that old. He was probably in his early 30s, much younger than O Peng. It was quite comical to hear him act like he had aged so much. At this moment, the sound of horse hooves could be heard from afar. However, this time, it didn't get further and further away. Instead, it got closer and closer. Zhang Xiaohua raised his head and saw 3 riders approaching. His eyes were sharp, and he could see that the person in front was dressed in white. He was a handsome man with red lips and white teeth. He was even more beautiful than Qiu Shidao. Zhang Xiaohua muttered secretly, why are there so many handsome men in the Jianghu? I can meet them everywhere. How can I live? Just looking at it makes me feel inferior out of nowhere. It's really boring. Zhang Xiaohua silently said, I can't see you. I can't see you. While riding, the handsome man stopped in front of them and bowed to Qin Shiyue. Lord Qin, I am Su Jiaodong, a subordinate of the Southern Sea Serpent King. I am here to welcome you. My father, the other 2 Sea Serpent Kings, and the leader of the 7 waters are waiting for you. Please forgive us. Father. Qin Shiyue touched his chin and said, I have long heard of the beauty of the southern seas Jiaodong. I have admired you for a long time. Now that I have met you, you really live up to your reputation. Su Jiaodong's face turned into a peach blossom. She said modestly, Lord Qin is joking. Zhang Xiaohua heard this and felt a chill. She did not expect Qin Shiyue to have such a hobby. Fortunately, her appearance was ordinary and there was nothing strong about her. She was so lucky. Just now, she felt inferior because she was not handsome. Now, she changed her mind. It was good to be immortal. Su Jiaodong let Qin Shiyue take the lead. She bowed to Ying Fei and Zhang Xiaohua and accompanied Qin Shiyue. The other 2 attendants followed behind. The 6 of them rode forward. While walking, Qin Shiyue suddenly turned around and said, Su Jiaodong, I have to thank you. Su Jiaodong was stunned. Please vote for me. Thank you.